catch your morning warm-up?
Warm-up.
Is that what you're doing right now? Just kind of
loosen up.
Loosen it up, yeah? All right. Nice cut. Morning, Shelby. How are you, sir?
$20 grand, I can get it down. She goes, this is ridiculous. As we're driving to dinner, she's like, when are you gonna move up? And I go, and I looked at her and I go, when are you gonna find me a car? And then so we spent the whole night last night. Get out of my way. Keep it clean.
Morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
No complaints, man.
Morning. Morning, Bear.
Well, it's day 2 of our coverage. Big Porsche Owners Club, PCA Club Racing Weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And to that we say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching us or listening to us around the world here on DriversEye Live and Trackside at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. My name is Jeremy Scott. Ryan West is alongside for the POC sessions. You'll also hear Brendan Kaczmarek for the PCA Club Racing sessions. And Ryan, we are set to go qualifying for the Red Group.
Happy to be here. We had quite the Red Group race yesterday, as I think we always do, where there's a tight battle in the Red Group in 991.2. There's a gaggle of cars, about 4 or 5 deep, just trying to make moves here. But again, Laguna Seca, very difficult place to make a pass move. So this qualifying session, I think, Jeremy, ends up being more consequential than most, even for sprint racing.
Exactly. Of course, we had such a great sprint race yesterday for the Red Group. If you missed it, you can catch it during our breaks. We're going to have a couple of them as we've got 2 qualifying sessions, and they're going to be back-to-back. As for those who are new to watching POC racing, we're splitting the qualifying session. So Red Group gets 15 minutes for the first half of the group. Second half of the group gets another 15 minutes. And then we'll re-rack it and do the same thing for the Orange qualifying group. As you see, Mike Monsalve, who basically, Ryan, the past couple of races, he's had to answer the question, how the heck do I get fast and keep up with Nathan Johnson? Because past 2 races, the Willow Springs race 2 and race 1 yesterday, he's been flat out dominant.
Absolutely. I talked to Mike Monsalve yesterday evening, and he intimated to me that, look, man, I just don't have enough time at this track. Nathan Johnson is fast. There's no other thing about it, but I don't have enough track time here. I need to move this to be more part of my track day time. I need to get some more time and more laps here. That he usually feels pretty good, but, you know, against Nathan Johnson, a track that he doesn't go to very often, he knows he has more practice to do. So I would expect that we'll see a lot of Mike Monsalve in this session, as opposed to some who maybe will throw down 1 or 2 laps and call it a day.
So we'll see how that plays out. Of course, this is a track that we don't normally go to multiple times like we do the rest of the tracks on the schedule, which we'll talk more about that all throughout the weekend. And now the car's doing the warm-up thing for their flying laps. Of course, we're having some more difficulty with a little bit of timing and scoring issues, so we're going to kind of have a podcast feel to it as we talk about the races that we had yesterday. Of course, yesterday, if you missed that, we had 2 PCA Club races, 2 Orange Group races, and 1 Red race. But the Red race, anything that really stood out for you yesterday, Ryan? Because looking at the results, kind of what we normally see throughout the season.
Indeed it is, and it's what makes the Red Group so fascinating is how close the races end up being. And at some places, there's opportunities to make big passes and make moves, or someone makes a mistake, and you get a lot of passes, a lot of stuff going on. Spring Mountain comes to mind earlier this season. But other times, you just have really great, really close racing, really respectful racing, people giving each other racing room and not putting the cars in any kind of danger. But it does end up creating this kind of group that has a hard time passing each other. So it was fun to watch Anna Pradescu try to hold off the cars behind for what I believe, Jeremy, was 7th or 8th.
Yeah, she ended up in 7th place. Of course, that was that 7th through 10th train that we were watching all race long. And it kind of highlighted the fact, in my opinion, that, you know, yes, there are a couple of good passing zones here at Laguna Seca, but you got to make sure that you're close enough to make something happen, because even if you are close enough, that braking zone comes up on you quick.
It does come up on you quick. Again, we saw yesterday, both in the Orange race more so than the Red race, that if you try to shorten up one of these braking zones and go down the inside and take the shallow line, it compromises your exit speed in a big way, and you're going to have somebody come back around and get you with the over-under and take their position back. So it's very, very difficult to make it stick here. And again, like we talked about yesterday, where you choose to pick up the throttle is incredibly consequential. If we stick with this camera for a second, Jordan, you'll see that here in qualifying, not a ton of pressure, your first flying lap. You've got people running more or less the same line. That car runs a little bit wider of the apex, but is able to get it corralled. If you mix this apex, if you get up on the yellow or you get too far to the right where the dip is, it's going to move the whole car out and over the runoff curve at the edge. and then you end up in the dirt, and you got to pick up the throttle again just as the track goes uphill. So any amount of time that you spend not on throttle while you're going uphill, you're going to have a pretty big disadvantage relative to everybody else around you. So you've got to be inch perfect, especially through turn 6, as well as through turn 4. It doesn't have the big crazy elevation change, but the trajectory that turn takes you on, the narrowness of the track right there, you've got to be dialed in. And if you miss the apex here, you're going to lose a lot of time heading into turn 5.
And maybe it's just me, but over the past couple of years, I've noticed that dip in turn 6 has had more of an effect than it has that we've seen over the past, I'd say even 10 to 15 years, because you're seeing cars really be they're loaded already going into the corner, but that dip makes it just even more loaded if there's anything left in the shock and spring package. And that's where we're seeing a lot of cars unsettle coming into the Rahal Straight. I did see that there was one of the yellow GT3s that decided to tap on the brakes coming out there, and that's going to slow your momentum going up towards the corkscrew.
A relatively smooth track surface, Laguna Seca. It was repaved recently, only a few years ago, where they had that high-profile incident of the car burning down right at the top of the corkscrew as part of an SCCA weekend, and it impacted their brand new asphalt. But this track recently repaved, but a part of the country that doesn't see a lot of rain and really doesn't see a lot of freezing temperatures either. So it's relatively easy to keep the surface smooth, which means you can run the car a little bit lower, a little bit stiffer to try to get more turn-in grip out of it. But the curves are aggressive, and like you say, Jeremy, that turn 6, the little notch there, ever since the repave, a little bit deeper than it used to be. So you can set your car up to be softer and a little bit higher, and you can run the curbs more easily, and you can run over that kind of imperfection there at the top of 6 with a little bit more forgiveness. But that's going to cost you speed everywhere else on the track. So it's a big compromise. Ooh, as I believe that's Greg Gorski getting a little bit wide here, coming up the hill from turn 5.
Yeah, the Gorski with a little bit of wide. Now, he's very familiar with WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as this used to be a stop, a frequent stop, I should say, on the Radical Cup North America schedule. You see him on Solvay making the dive down, and I absolutely love this shot, Jordan. Let's hang here for a little bit, actually. Yeah, let's hang here, because take a look at the front ends, especially on the Cup cars. You see them kind of launch a little bit and then just fall back down. You don't normally necessarily see that with a lot of other cars, Ryan. You see maybe one wheel come off, but here the Cup cars like to get a lot of air in between that nose and the pavement.
And it's all about how you have the car set up and how aggressive you want to be over the corkscrew here. As you see Gorski running the inside as hard as he can. Some people electing for the shallower one, like Prodescu there, a little ways off that second apex, but not nearly as much tilt and dive on the car running out there. So maybe sets you up for a cleaner exit, but you are going to lose a little bit of distance and a little bit of speed.
So again, we are qualifying right now. Unfortunately, no times coming out of this session, as the same problems. Oh, that's Gorski who spun off. And I believe there was another car that had an issue there. And there's another one right behind Gorski. Not sure if they're against the wall, if this was some sort of incident there, but a couple of cars stopped. Let's see if Greg gets that car going. And I think he's definitely going to get that number 124 rolling. And that is definitely a Porsche against the wall. And that front end is all sorts of torn up.
Is that some liquid down on the runoff here at the turn 11?
That was like that earlier, that brown liquid.
Okay.
I see what you're saying there on the right. Yeah, I noticed that before we got started. We're still green for qualifying, as you see a couple cars coming in, checking off their tire pressures. And I have a feeling this session is probably going to have to come to an end with that car facing the wrong way in a pretty impact zone. We saw yesterday, especially in the orange session, how many cars were coming off that runoff, dropping a wheel or two off, and it just grabs you and loops you around.
Yeah, really easy to do here at Laguna Seca. When you run offline, it is a interesting combination of both gravel as well as like a hard packed dirt. Of course, Laguna Seca being the dry lake or dry lake bed that the track is situated on. And so those that are familiar with Northern California sort of know what I'm talking about, where it's not so much like a desert dirt or sand, but it's this kind of compacted, slightly finer than sand sort of dirt situation that really is very slick when you get out onto it. The car doesn't dig into it. That top layer of dirt just separates from the rest of it, and you have absolutely no grip at all. We saw somebody in the orange race running a little bit wide in turn 2 that tried to stay in it to make a pass work, and unfortunately no limited slip diff on the spec Boxster, and it looped that car right around. So really, really got to be careful here. Not a whole lot like the modern FIA tracks where there's miles of painted runoff or grasscrete or this and that. That once you get over the curb in a lot of spots here at this track, you've just got that dirt that in a lot of ways behaves like ice.
Derek Oster decided to take another lap around the circuit. He's one of the few drivers who are running both in PCA Club and here at POC. And of course, with the one race that they have, for the red group, it's easy for him to do it. I just scratch my head how many of these drivers are doing both the orange and the blue races and still trying to conserve their tire usage, which, we know that a lot of the orange classes and a couple of the red classes, especially the Spec 991.2 and the GT classes, have to run the same set of tires in the weekend. So I have to wonder, is it a case, Ryan, where some of these drivers have two different sets of wheels? You have one set of wheels for your POC sessions, another set for your PCA sessions.
It almost certainly is the case. They'll usually come around on Friday or Saturday, and depending on the schedule, depending on how the days work out, and the club will come through and mark your tires with a pin so that there's no discussion about whether you did or didn't change tires. I imagine a lot of these guys running both have two sets of wheels here this weekend.
Daryl Troster's the only driver out there on the circuit. So, as we mentioned, when it comes to the red group, they'll run one, maybe two laps, and then decide to call it time because a lot of these classes having the one session. Checkered flag is out as they work their way down the corkscrew. So, first half of qualifying is set. We'll probably have to take a little bit of a break to retrieve our damaged car there off of turn number 11. But I'm kind of surprised Daryl stayed out for as long as he did because of the simple fact of you're not going to get a good lap time with a car sitting there on the front straightaway.
Not at all. Unfortunately, that's going to be a lap wasted for Daryl Troster, I think, probably hoping that he could get another timed lap in to improve his time. But unfortunately, with the incident at turn 11, it's going to make that almost impossible. So we'll have the second half of qualifying coming soon. To be determined how long that's going to be with the recovery of this car. You've got a concrete wall right there that they need to check the integrity of, as well as making sure that car is dispatched back to the paddock.
So with that in mind, we're going to step aside for the cleanup of that car that stopped on the front straightaway. When we come back, it'll be the second half of red qualifying. Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Jeremy Scott, Ryan West alongside as we get set for the second half of qualifying. As you see, we have no cars on the front straightaway, but we have cars on pit road. I have some good news, Ryan. One of the two ways we get timing and scoring, we have two different programs we can use. I forgot about that, but it looks like that we do have at least results from the first half of qualifying. Mike Monsalve, your fastest overall and in spec 991.2. Bob Mueller, Nathan Johnson, Dwayne Selby. By the way, Monsalve's time at 28.611. That's currently tops, but we've got the GT1 cars heading out right now. Greg Gorski 6th, Anna Prodescu 7th, Tom Mueller 8th, Garrett Wesseling 9th, Blair Boyce 10th. Your top 10 all spec 991.2s. Bayan Salehi, one of your GT competitors, he's 11th. Yours, Gretner, one of the GT1 racers, in 12th. Evan Minade, 13th, and Daryl Troster in 14th.
As we just see the second half of red qualifying coming to the track here, taking the long pit lane down past turn 2 and setting up for turn 3. Couple 997s as well as the GT3 class pro racing car, GT3R, I believe. A home for just about anything here in the POC. The power to weight formula for their GT classes, then of course the spec classes available as well. I do remember asking Steve Town once when I first started that what if I showed up with an RS Spider, and he said, "Can't help you." No shot.
No dice. Heck, I remember one of my first, one of the first times I actually learned about PCA club racing actually was when I was a young quarter marshal back in the day, and we had the PCA Chicago region there, and they accepted anything at that point where it's like, whoa. And it's for me also to think, okay, we're seeing an Audi R8 in here. It's like, wait a second. Technically, it's in the same family, but at the same time, whoa,
Right.
you don't expect it here in Porsche Owners Club because they hold everything so tight. Green flag is out, and by the way, you also see one of the spec 911s out there going on pit road as well.
Indeed. So we got a nice selection of cars here, as you were saying, really a home for just about anything. I think it's a big part of club racing is creating opportunities for people who already have cars to run more places, to find something that suits their fancy. I think a restrictive rule book means you end up in these situations where you have to have a car specifically built to do the one thing, which kills the resale value and kills the ability for you to run at the places you want to run or at the times that you want to run. And so POC, I think, doing a great job as we try to take the onboard of the 70 here, one of the GT3 cars. A prime example of, hey, if you've got a cool idea, we've got a home for you.
Yeah, Brecca Viglio on board there. The finding signal here is kind of weird, and it's weird for me to say that because of how close it is to Monterey, how close it is to Sacramento and San Francisco. It's technically within driving distance, but it's still one of those things where it's a track technically in the middle of nowhere in spite of being in the middle of everywhere.
Yeah, it's a weird place, the Central California coast, and how connected it is to some things and how remote it is to others. That a lot of people choose to live here, but a lot of the infrastructure improvements have not trickled out here because the population is so sparse. The transient populations for travel, work, etc. are reasonably high, but the number of people actually living out here is still relatively light. Again, I say relatively, but Monterey being one of the more populous regions in the Central California coast. About 2 hours from San Francisco, about another 3.5 from Sacramento. Depends on the traffic, of course.
Yeah, traffic. I wasn't gonna be the one to say that, to say the least. Times are starting to come in. Tim Salveson to the top, 28.489 in that number 79. I guess no, we can't really call it a Grello because it's more green than it is yellow. Also making some fast times includes Alexandra Hayner with a 33.871. Gaviglio with a 34.001. John Hellman goes 17th fastest overall for a 34.534. Let's see, Phil Town, 40.009. Of course, this is the first flyer, so expect these times to fall. And a lot of these drivers to say, you know what, I'm not going to go out there and wreck my tires, to say the least. Scott Matz, 40.751. Kelly AAA with a 41.496. Still waiting on Yes Nick, Anders Hayner, and Mark Krigler to make their time. So right now, we've got 29 cars set to set a lap.
A little bit different conditions than the Red was used to running in yesterday. It's still just now 10 o'clock a.m. here on the West Coast, and you can see off in the distance there what remains of the sort of marine layer that comes in the morning in this part of the country that takes until, you know, anywhere from 8 to 10 o'clock to fully burn off. So this track, probably the coolest track that the Red Group has seen in competitive conditions this weekend. So a little bit different, but they are going to have the advantage of going a little bit faster with each successive lap as they get more and more temperatures into these tires that already have a couple heat cycles on them.
You see Krigler going down to the inside. Let's see what he does in his number 204. And he goes, I just saw him move, 8th fastest. 9th fastest, 30.704 is Alexandra Hayner. And her, let's call it the supersized GT3, as your fastest in GT1 right now with a 30.110. There she is coming out of the Andretti hairpin, heading into turn number 3. And that's just one of those GT3s that, you know what, I'm just going to build it the way I can. It has a GT3R width to it, but at the same time, it looks like that there's certain components that wouldn't necessarily make it legal in an IMSA or an SRO setting.
I mean, it is the older spec of car, so at the time that car was running, it wouldn't have been IMSA eligible because it was a GT3 car, whereas it was GTE or GT2 at the time. So this would have been the car that had run an SRO specification, just like this Audi R8 here that is pulling into the pit lane.
And of course, that is the driver. The 62 is the car here.
Yep.
As Anders Hayner goes to 3rd fastest, now to the top of GT1 with a 28.881. Working our way around. Jacob Yesnick is the driver in that number 62, 30.856. So, as you said, a home for everything, especially all things Visage here at POC, and a little bit of dust getting kicked up as they work their way around for this qualifying session. Just about 10 minutes left to go here, as Yesnick talking to his crew, might be going out for one more run. I'm not sure, though, with these tires that will have to be reused. Gaviglio with a 31.613 this past time by, so that's good enough for him. Krigler, the 4th fastest overall as well, with a 28.904.
Gaviglio, of course, the favorite in GT3 every time he shows up with that beautiful blue number 70, like we talked about yesterday. It's the 996 Turbo with all of the cool parts added to it, so it sounds different from a lot of the cars trackside with a turbocharged engine, as opposed to most of these carrying a naturally aspirated 3.8 to 4-liter motor. Makes a lot of torque going up the hills, gives him a big advantage, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine as well, and that's why I always see him so dominant as he works down his way down the corkscrew. Now setting up for Rainy Curve, as trying to get a qualifying lap in here that could beat his fastest time, but I doubt he's going to do that. Holy cow, Anders Hayner to the top, 28.327. That right there is your quick time so far. And but here's the thing, it's about a second off of the track record in GT1 held by James Safronis with a 27.273, but ran back in 2014.
That is a name I haven't heard in a long time. James Safronis, noted Porsche and Audi gentleman driver in the pro ranks.
Yeah, his kid. I remember interning at World Challenge, and his oldest, I think it's his oldest. Anyway, one of his kids was born the weekend after the Salt Lake race, if you remember running there at now Utah Motorsports Campus. And now he's racing in Porsche Sprint Challenge in the GT3 Cup. It's just, it is fantastic to see that the next generation of Safronises are doing their best. I think he's doing quite well, maybe even podiumed in that Pro-Am class. Let's see if Anders Hayner goes back out for yet another lap. Daughter Alexandra, who's no slouch of her own right now, sitting 7th overall and 2nd in GT1 with a 29.895. That just goes to show you the kind of lap that Anders threw down.
Anders Hayner, of course, a regular with the Porsche Owners Club here in Southern California, knows how to wheel a car around most of these tracks.
As qualifying nearing its end of paces here for the red group. We'll have the orange group coming up in just a little bit of time. So if you like the power, that's great. That's where we're at right now. The momentum class, where you really got to work your way around these drivers, well, yeah, that's going to be coming up here in just a little bit of time. Let's see what Craigler could do. 28.492 last time by, does not best this time. 28.844 out of the 204. Here comes Alexandra Hayner down the front straightaway. Again, she's trying to
lap with the checker out.
Yeah, checker flag is out with that. She's trying to see if she can best her father's time. No, 32.302 is her time. Still does not beat the 29.295. Couple of other cars coming across the line for their session. One of the GT3s coming down as well. So a lot of quick times here in this session. Your provisional front row right now, Anders Hayner in the 140 with a 28.327. I saw Yesnik across the line. What does he do? Yesnik goes to fifth fastest, second in GT1 with a 29.256. But your provisional front row, Anders Hayner and Tim Salveson.
Excellent, and we're going to move almost straight into Orange Cup qualifying here. Again, we'll have two halves, and usually the slower half to run first gives the second half something to shoot for. So we'll have fast laps being set here as we look at this Boxster with mismatched wheels. Up the spec wheel on the front and a little bit different wheel on the back there.
Thank you.
Sorry, we don't blow horns here.
Always good sports here in the Owners Club. Always happy to see Luis out there holding the camera for the grid and the impound walks. The main sort of social media guy and promotions guy for Porsche Owners Club.
Yeah, so we'll get that going here in just a little bit. There is the 1660 of, as I pull up my notes, of Diane Caffaretta. She's returning to wheel-to-wheel racing after starting in time trials. And we'll see how she does throughout the day. Earlier on, she finished 22nd and 19th in the two races we had here on DriversEye Live. As we'll get the our group out there, the orange group is set. There's the 519 as well. Actually, that's in the spec 2.7, so that'd be the 219 of Enrique Mar. DQ and a third in the two races yesterday.
This may be his older car. This may be his spec Boxster here.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that does look like the spec Boxster. So we'll get confirmation there on what he's getting. Of course, with the Speed Hive, it doesn't really tell me what class of car. It just tells me what the cars are as they work their way around. One thing I do like about this Speed Hive, though, looking at it, and it's showing that it has a little move the dots, but at the same time, these guys have drivers all qualified, so I think that they're actually just a little bit behind here in Speed Hive. So we'll try to give you the fast times as much as we can, but either way, there's the good doc. Rick Scarcello, there's Karen Robinson sitting there waiting for her qualifying time. You see the Red Cup cars are coming off the circuit. So we're just moments away to see where these drivers will qualify. And luckily for them, if they're not racing in PCA, they only have one race today.
Indeed, and I think a lot of these folks are going to try to run both if possible. Of course, we saw Nick Kilnani. We'll see him in the next half of qualifying. He had quite the storyline, but one of those trying to run both sets of races in the orange group as well as the blue group for PCA. So we'll talk about that here in a moment, just as the first round of red group qualifying comes down the pit lane to begin their session. Another 15 minutes here.
So we'll do this in halves. First session coming out right now, as they are working their way onto the circuit. Again, if you have any comments or questions for us on the YouTube chat, feel free to drop a line as we are getting set for the second group to qualify here. PCA, they qualified on Friday, so they'll just come in and come up and run. We'll have that race for you here at 11 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. That will be a timed race, a 30-minute affair. But right now we are qualifying to see where the orange group is going to qualify. GT4, 5, 7, Boxster, Spec 2.7, and Spec Carrera, all to play here for.
And you see these guys just trying to get the tires warmed up here. A little bit of a cooler morning, like we had talked about. The marine layer just recently burning off, so not a lot of temperature in the track. And, of course, these tires already with a couple heat cycles on them, 3, in fact. So really going to take some time to get them back up to temperature here. But as soon as they are, it should grip reasonably well for this session. But I do believe as we get into race 3 at the end of the day, starts at 1:20 Pacific, these tires are going to be, let's just say they'll have given their all. They'll have been past their peak. And I think tire management strategy from yesterday will become more apparent in the orange race at 1:20. They'll just seen everybody out here on their warm-up lap. They'll come around here to take some flyers, and then Jeremy can get you some times.
We'll get that for
Karen
you.
Robinson. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get that for you as soon as we can. Yeah, I mean, one of the big ones that I'm going to watch for is, Jerry Chang. How much did he punish his tires throughout that whole race? As he basically was all over the place, especially in race number 2. I'm curious to see how that all plays out.
I am too. There was a lot of people in Spec Boxster yesterday that were taking it easy. I think just taking what was given to them. I think there was a lot of people trying to make moves, and we'll see if that ends up paying dividends or not as the cars take to their first full green flag lap here on Sunday at Laguna Seca. Of course, big thank you to the McNeil family who have made an investment in the circuit, helped get some new facilities up and running, help maintain some existing facilities. And of course, this weekend being the weekend before Monterey Car Week truly kicks off, we've got a lot of stuff going up right now. Lots of Porsche signage. We've got a lot of tents being erected in the paddock. So hopefully we'll see some of you folks down here next weekend as well for the Monterey Sports Car Reunion.
I want to give a shout out to the McNeil family as well. Obviously, they're from my neck of the woods, and the investment that they've made here, even in the Chicagoland area, putting up a factory and building their product in the United States, first of all, it has to be commended. But second of all, it's not just here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca that they're throwing their money at. They're throwing their money into IMSA, sponsoring the WeatherTech, Sports Car Championship. They've got, big sponsorship with the big historic weekend at Road America that was a couple of weekends ago. So they're really putting their money where their mouth is and, investing here in motorsports in the United States. And heck, you're starting to see them all over the place, whether it's NASCAR, sports cars. They are, in spite of none of them racing in professional motorsports. I saw Cooper McNeil was at the Vintage Weekend a couple of weeks ago at Road America. They're still saying, you know what, yeah, we may not have a big presence like we used to, 5-10 years ago, but we still believe in the sport enough to keep these historic events, keep these historic series and tracks alive for generations to come.
I think big way, giving Alex Jobe Racing the runway to exist as long as they did, and then allowing those people to feel comfortable enough to pivot to being heart of racing, speaks volumes. You don't have to be as generous, I think, when you decide that you're done with a program and give people the amount of time that you think you're going to give them. It's worked out really, really well for all involved there, and I'm very happy to see that core racing team still around, running a GTP car, I guess we call it now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if you've not been out there and heard that GTP car, I had a chance to hear it a couple times last year. Oh, there's nothing like hearing a V12 on the racetrack in anger once again. We're starting to get fast times come through the system. John Krylo, your quickest so far. Overall, and in Spec Boxer, 44.548. Alan Watts, second quick with a 44.968. Elaine Stodd with a 46.292. Good enough for third quick. Branimir Kovac, he's had a kind of a quiet weekend. 47.149 out of the 318. David Gold, fifth quickest in fifth quickest, I should say, overall. 47.361. Vivek Hazari right now out there in Spec 2.7. Quickest there, but he is sixth fastest with a 47.240.
I think Branimir Kovac going to be one of the drivers that benefits from having sat a little bit further down the field. Somebody we see, in the mid to upper reaches of Spec Boxster from time to time. hasn't worked tremendously hard as far as, mechanical sympathy on the car and on the tires. It's always hard out there driving a race car, but hasn't been all over the place, hasn't been making moves, just been kind of sitting back in the top 10, doing what he needs to do. I think Branimir Kovac, of all the people who have run every session, is going to be in a decent position to take advantage of any mistakes from these folks that were near the front making a bunch of moves.
I mean, I don't think you're going to see too many drivers get out there and kind of run fast laps. Dr. Scarcello with a 51, I should say, 5.87. Elaine Stodd is second with a 44.874. Let's see what Alan Watts can do. He ran the third fastest lap with a 44.968. Gilbert Grenti also coming up into the top 6 right there, 46.658. So they're getting out there and getting some laps in, or just about less than halfway, more than halfway, I should say, through this qualifying session. I've got my eye on that 225. Did he just do one lap and decide to call it good? I would not be surprised, especially with how hard some of these drivers run. It amazes me as Elaine Stodd, I should say Alan Watts, goes a slower this next time by, so might have had an off somewhere on the circuit. We talk about the red group and how some of those spec tire drivers, I should say, they do one, maybe 2 laps, and they call it good. And this might even speak to the volume of the Toyo R specs. They're able to run lap after lap after lap after lap and not do that much punishing to the tires.
Well, and indeed, and you've also got the angle of a spec Boxster having a decent amount of tires still, but being on a 200 horsepower chassis that's mid-engined. You're not really stressing the tires out as much versus being on like a Spec 99 1.2, for example, that's got closer to 400 horsepower and has rear engines. You're going to be putting a lot of energy into those rear tires and then a lot of energy into the front tires trying to get that thing turned in. So I think a car that is a little bit harder on tires generally versus a car that is easier on tires, of course, all things being equal, you would want a lighter car to be easier on your consumables. And of course the Toyo tire, an excellent product as well. So keeping these guys, like I said, pretty consistent until they're not. You can tell the difference between having fresh ones versus a little bit older ones, but when everybody's in the kind of a little bit older range, it doesn't make a big difference until you get to the end, and then you start to see them drop off a little more aggressively.
Well, and look at how long Toyos were the official tires of Spec Miata. You talk about a low horsepower car and just beating it all to hell, and it still comes out. I never heard the bell ring yet. Still, time after time. So for so many years, Toyo was the tire Spec Miata, and look at how good it was all throughout. Krylo still your fastest, the 44.458. Gilbert Grenti, the 4th fastest, the 45.513, and he just got that on the last lap. A lot of drivers getting their fastest lap here in lap number 3. As let's see who else got a quick lap that time by. Vivek Hazari now goes to 7th quick in Spec 2.7, 46.499, and that's going to be a heck of a lap for Momeyer to have to throw down to see if he can get up there. But Momeyer on kind of a hot streak, 4 in a row as on the top step of the podium.
I think John Momeyer very excited to get on the top step of the podium, especially after the reliability issues he carried through the first part of the season. Engine after engine, problem after problem. Finally able to get some consistent running in here for the POC president.
Yeah, great to see that work his way through as we are just about set to end this qualifying session. There's Vivek Hazari as he's going to be coming across the line here in just a little while. What does he do? He does not improve upon his time, 48.152 out of the 152. If you were watching the first half of the season, you saw the Hazari. It was a lot of cat and mouse game between, we got a spinner right there. Is that the one of Andrew Wayman? That's not a place where you want to spin. We'll get that car identified here shortly. But it seems like that there's been, no, it's not Wayman, because Wayman has kind of a Brumos Porsche look, and whoever it is, they are continuing on.
Oh, it is the Brumos car.
Oh, it is the Brumos car. Yeah, and I don't, let's see here. Coming around, let's see what identifier we're getting 3. So it's either Wayman or, oh, it's not Wayman, because Wayman is car 1, the other Brumos car that we have out there as well. You see Mike Porteous making his way around the circuit. Either way, quick spin and go for that Porsche driver. Speaking of Wayman, 47.462 is his fastest lap. 9th overall. Everybody, though, chasing down John Krylo, which we'll find out how the faster half of the Spec Boxer field does in just a little bit time. Just past 11 minutes into the session, so we will see the checkered flag at any moment as we take a look at the flag stand. No checkered flag as of yet, but a couple of cars coming down pit road and getting their final service before they get ready, get set for this next session.
Indeed, they'll have a little bit of a break here as the Orange Group is going to be the last race of the day. Of course, there will still be HPDE and time trial after them to round out the rest of Sunday, but they'll be the first race right after lunch. So these guys got to put in a good time here, got to be happy with the car, use it as a little bit of a setup guide, if you will, as we're going to go for the checkered flag, I believe, here into the session. But got to make sure you're happy with the car because it is going to sit and not run for a few hours here while they wait for the red race, the PCA race, and a couple of the HPDE sessions to go before the orange race sets off for the final racing action of the weekend here from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We're going to run right into the second half of orange qualifying here shortly. I want to thank you again for joining everybody here on DriversEye Live. Of course, we have Brendan Kaczmarek wandering around, cleaning up the booth, having a great time of it.
I hope we're paying a little extra for that one, or is that just boss things that you don't get paid extra for?
You don't get paid extra for, but I did bring him a soft pretzel yesterday, or Friday.
Okay.
So that's
payment counts. Enough.
Yeah,
hey, by the way, but John Krylo actually bested his best time at a 44.327. So he lowered that time. That's going to be interesting to see how some of the faster cars, of course, we're going to see our two-time race winner this weekend out there, Nigel Maidment, out in qualifying. We've got a lot of fast drivers in there. You got Nick Killarney, who's going to be a part of this qualifying session. Dallas Carroll, who has run both POC and PCA all the way through this weekend. And he's been fast in both. It's going to be interesting to see how that 106 has to do here. Also, going to be interesting to see if Jane Scarcello shows up. Now, normally we see Jane in the GT classes, whether it's 7 or 5, depending on what kind of configuration she runs in her Miata. But this weekend, she actually ran race number 2 in one of the Montecito Dental Group Porsche Boxster. So I'm kind of keen to see how that works out.
Indeed. And ups to John Krylo, I think one of the guys in Spec Boxster who is due to make a big jump and has been working very hard at the craft. I think he's going to be somebody who's troubling the top end shortly as he continues to make more and more progress on wheeling these Porsche Boxsters around these California tracks.
Yeah, Krylo doing quite well for himself as well. His best finish so far this season has been a 6th at the second Chuckwaldo race. And he's steadily getting into knocking on the door of the top 10. So that's great to see in that number 682. Unfortunately, not the results that he wanted yesterday. Was disqualified from race 1 and then 16th in race 2 as Bear Salehi brings the cars out for the second half of qualifying. And this is going to be quite interesting to see who's going to be not only beat John Krylo, but how fast that actually my time is just a little slow. It's now 43.646. That is the best time of the session. So I'm keen to see who's going to come up on top here in this second half of qualifying.
Well, you can just see going away there underneath the Laguna Seca sign, the blue roof and black car of Nick Killarney. Nick Killarney had an issue yesterday in the middle of race 2. He tried to take third gear and it broke on him coming through turn 11. We were on board as that happened. He was able to get a new transmission into the car. He's ready and excited to throw down the gauntlet again here for race 3 and the second set of qualifying.
Killarney going for a box full of neutrals as he works his way back out of the circle. We'll see if that the new transmission is working out for him, or the new gears, either or. I would imagine it was kind of a late night for the Killarney crew as you're on board with John Momeyer. Momeyer having to, he knows his task ahead of him right now as he's got to beat a 46.499 to get to the top of the session.
And if we could just, of course, the service is not going to play ball with us here, but if we could try, Jordan, to pick an onboard and stay with it for as much of a lap as we can kind of talk through a full lap here of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We've been talking about the throttle pickup point. We've been talking about exit speeds, and it's always nice to show that. But, of course, the onboards this weekend, a little bit hit or miss. I think when we go back to some of the more traditional POC tracks, we'll have a full complement of onboards. I think as many as 8 to 10, depending on the weekend, that we're going to have available to us.
Yeah, that would be great to have the onboards. I know it's tough in some of these racetracks, but you really get a chance to see how some of this racing is really, really good when it comes to POC, and it really highlights the stars and the cars here as we are set to go green flag racing for qualifying to set the grid for today's race. Again, as Jordan mentioned, it's the last race of the day, 1:20 p.m. the start of Orange race number 3, 13 laps. Green flag is out, and now we get to settle the score. Who's going to be on the grid and where for today's third and final Orange race of the weekend?
We've got green flag here for the Gain Boxster of Nigel Maidment, the two-time winner this weekend. He's looking to make it a hat trick here. How much life has he pulled out of these tires in trying to compete for the win this weekend? So trying to keep this car in the top half of the field. He can make his way through the field, but as we saw yesterday, it's pretty difficult to make passes work. So he still needs to qualify up front, but do so without taking any unnecessary life out of the tires so that he can still have the pace to hang with the top crew here. Kilnani and as well as Jerry Chang making appearances in the top 3 for the most part. Jerry Chang all over the road, trying every single line available to him to find a way past, to trick somebody into a mistake. Was one of the most aggressive drivers yesterday in a clean way, not doing anything untoward, but willing to make the odd lunge here and there to try to make something happen. The spoon that stirs the drink a little bit, as one of my favorite Twitch streamers would say.
I like that. That's a good one. I don't think not sure if I'll use it, but I like that comment. I'm impressed. That's a good one. Drivers on their first flying lap as they start to really go through. There's a couple of some of the faster spec boxers. They work their way around. And a couple of them coming from PCA, and 1 or 2 of our guys are going over there and running the PCA races as well as Branimir Kovac. Here we go. Now we've got fast times. John Vogel, second quickest with a 44.106, and that's automatically bested by Nigel Maidment, 43.161. So your race winner from yesterday sits right there on the top, and look at this. Jerry Chang, 44.089. So Ryan, the Toyo Tire Watch out of the 262 continues.
Yeah, 2 seconds adrift on the first bite at the apple for the second day of qualifying for Jerry Chang. So not quite what he's looking for. Again, we've seen a lot of these cars gain time as the session goes deeper, but as you said, the Tire Watch, has Jerry Chang taken too much out of the tires to be tremendously competitive today? We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, Lonnie's going to be one to watch for because he barely uses tires in race number 2. 44.024 right now, third quick. And Krylo still provisionally on the front row for Spec Boxster. So he's going to have a good starting spot. We'll see how that plays out, though, throughout the rest of qualifying, because you still got Dominic Ong out there. Doug Volder, by the way, our only Spec Carrera, 45.609. And Larry Haas, who is a driver that we were watching all throughout the session, he's 15th fastest. There's John Momeyer, by the way, quick time in Spec 2.7, 45.119. So he's able to best Vivek Hazari, who, for some reason, since we've gotten to Willow Springs, has just not had the answer for Momeyer.
Indeed, he hasn't. I want to go back to Dominic Ong, though, one of these guys that ran in the top 5, top 7 all day yesterday. Didn't make a whole lot of noise. I think he's another one to watch, probably with a little bit more tire available than the rest of the crew. Haas, of course, we also saw yesterday trying to cut it up and get on the podium in the Miller-branded Porsche Boxster. We'll keep an eye on his tires as well. The first race, he, I think, just picked up what was available to him. The second race looking a little bit more racy, so maybe splits the difference between some of these guys that hung back in 5th, 6th, 7th and these guys that were at the front competing for a podium.
I'll tell you what, these times are dropping. Vogel to the top, 42.774. So the 47 John Vogel looking pretty good. Jerry Chang, your quickest. So all you can do is laugh. Quickest in Spec Boxer with a 42.852. Oh, look at this. Bill Durant up to third overall with a 43.128. Dominic Ong, yeah, you mentioned him. He's now at a 43.152. And Maidmet trying to see if he can do better than his 43.161. Not able to do it this last time by. But we mentioned the drivers really not too worried. Look at how Maidmet jumped to the front of the field in race number 1 yesterday. It doesn't matter where he's at. He'll get to the front, but it may take him an extra lap or two to get there.
Indeed. Maidment, Kilnani, all these folks that have lots of wheel-to-wheel experience, not afraid to cut it up to get back to the front of the field, and not afraid to use some traffic to their advantage as they come around and potentially catch the GT7s earlier in the race. This being a little bit longer race, I think, for the Orange Group at the end of the day. I think will come into play in a big way with the GT7s also struggling on old tires by the end of the day. So we'll see if people are heads up enough to use some picks to make their way through the field. But again, Laguna Seca, just a tight track with not a whole lot of options to make those passes. You got to take them when you get them.
Dallas Carroll up in the top 10 overall with a 43.938, as a lot of drivers still working their way around. I see Bear Salehi. He's trying to get up to speed here, but a 50.076 is only the best that he can do right now in that number 47. You see him working his way around the Andretti hairpin right now.
There's Jerry Chang.
By the way, Vogel goes even faster, the 42.622. So what if only 2 drivers to drop it? Actually, now 3 as Dominic Ong goes to the top of the Spec Boxers, 42.781. 3 drivers in the 42, 2 of them are Boxsters.
And indeed, Ong, just like I predicted, having a little bit more tire, I think, available, having hung back for the first 2 races, starting to come on song here for the second set of qualifying and indeed for the 3rd race.
So already a good start here this morning for a couple of our fast contenders. Maidment goes to 4th in class with the 43.161. Still not able to do that. Durant, though, pops his way into the top 3 in Spec Boxster, trying to see if he can dip himself into the 42s as well. Close in on Ong and Chang. Yeah, we see Ong all the time, who basically runs up to the front, as he's been one of those drivers that, like we said, had a quiet day yesterday. You take a look at some of his results, though, throughout the rest of the weekend, as, he's definitely one of the more front runners, 24th and 4th yesterday. Best finish, though, of the season right now for Ong, and that 494 NSR PTS Keys Boxster.
PTS Keys is an incredible thing to name your car in the Porsche Owners Club.
Oh, yeah, it really is.
Of course, the joke being there that the Porsche Owners Club, not your typical group of Porsche enthusiasts. People a lot more concerned with how the car drives than how the car looks more times than not. And PTS Keys being paint a sample, one of the things that gets bandied around as a joke among the more casual Porsche crowd, where which custom color you had your car painted in matters more than which car you bought, I think. So that, I think, quite a deep cut joke there, and I like that a lot.
Hey, by the way, John Vogel goes into the 41s, 41.950. Fastest overall and in GT4. Dominic Ong now to the top of the Spec Boxers, 42.971, as we were inching closer to that checkered flag. Jerry Chang cannot best that time yet. Durant actually does run a little faster, but I think he's probably coming in here shortly, that 526, 42.862.
Yeah, we are reaching kind of the end of the peak cycle for these tires in qualifying. I think the qualifying times, like the session times, really dialed into what kind of life we get out of the tires for a qualifying session. Even though the session hasn't quite finished yet, I imagine most of these cars are going to make their way in as a result of the tires having just gotten a little bit too warm and not a whole lot of ground to be made up now. I think a lap and a half ago or so is probably about the peak speed available in the tire. And so I think we'll see people winding it down here just as the session comes to a close.
Talk about another driver who had a kind of a topsy-turvy day, Brian O'Meara. He had a trio of seconds in the first button wheel race this season, but he finished 5th in 26. One of the drivers in the 184 Bohemian Brewery Boxster who basically, didn't have the results to show, and he was one of those drivers who ran into problems, so he's going to be another one to watch out for.
Brian O'Meara got collected on the exit of turn 4. Entirely not his fault, just a bystander there. So I think he's looking to salvage a weekend as best he can.
And not sure if that damage is causing some issues right now, as he is further down the back than he'd like. 45.466. But again, qualifying the racing are two totally different beasts and animals here, as you see a couple of the cars deciding to come in, one of them at least putting the hand out showing these coming into the pits, as fast laps are still being run. Alex Maslov 44.668, that's the best time out of him, and the checkered flag is out on this session. So John Vogel right now is quickest overall. Nick Killarney fastest in Spec Boxer, the 42.773.
Maslov, one of those guys yesterday that had a good run going, but he is the one that ended up going wide at turn 2 and tried to stay in it. Ended up spinning the car and losing a slew of positions available to him. So he's looking for a recovery drive. But Nick Killarney, not running most of race 2, I think is unfortunately going to be at a bit of a tire advantage. It's not the way that you want to get a tire advantage, Jeremy, having had your gearbox explode on you and replace it overnight. Not really what you want to be doing, but it is going to work out in his favor, I think, here. Between him and Ong, I think, are going to be your contenders for the win later today.
Yeah, of course, Dominic on 42.781. Can't count out Jerry Chang. Nigel Maymet, John Krylo with a darn good qualifying session. Qualifying 6th overall. You see the 47 of Bear Salehi hanging it all out. 49.321 is his best lap as he's going to come across the line. What does he do? Goes faster. 48.354. So Salehi trying to find some speed in that Porsche, but for the most part, qualifying done, dusted, as we're getting set for the third and final PCA race of the weekend here. Brendan Kaczmarek will be joining me alongside, but Ryan, big takeaways from qualifying. I think that we're really not surprised that some of the guys that were a little off the pace yesterday are finding some speed today.
Absolutely, and whether that's a conscious decision that they made yesterday or if that's just how it shook out, I'm not entirely sure, I'll be honest. But it is going to work out in their favor today. It's one of the things I like about having the Orange Group run 3 races at the weekend. It gives these drivers that are a little bit friendlier on their tires an opportunity to do something to trouble the top 3 here. Looking forward to it, and again, we've got a lot of wild cards. Nigel Maidment still has decent pace here. If he can make those tires last, if he can get a good jump at the start here and go into the lead, it is so tough to pass here. That might be enough for him to take the hat trick, but we'll have to wait until 1:20 to find out how the Orange race shakes out. The next POC action is going to be coming at 12 noon Pacific, and that'll be a 15-lap red race. Then we'll go to the lunch break, and we'll come back with some orange action, the final race of the weekend. I'm going to turn it over to Brendan Kaczmarek. Of course, Jeremy is going to stay with you. Thank you so much for watching POC qualifying. We'll see you here in about an hour and a half.
It's not just about making timepieces. It's about a very special way of designing and crafting them. The Porsche way. For us, every timepiece is as unique as its wearer. A philosophy born with our cars and carried to your wrist. In 1972, Professor Ferdinand Alexander Porsche, creator of the 911, fused the needs of motorsport racers with puristic design to build an icon. The first all-black chronograph, inspiring us to bring your car and watch even closer together by creating custom-built timepieces to perfectly match your Porsche. All Porsche design timepieces are independently designed by Studio FA Porsche and handcrafted in Grenchen the heart of Swiss watchmaking. In a way that is unique to Porsche design, single-piece commissioned and assembled. With COSC certified precision and dynamically waterproof up to 5 bar. A system carefully tailored to our needs by using original Porsche materials, colors, and design elements, all 100% custom manufactured, allowing us to create exclusive special editions alongside new Porsche car releases. In addition, our unique custom-built program enables you to choose between millions of possible design combinations to create your perfect watch by personalizing every detail from the bezel, dial, and hands to the strap, stitching, or the winding rotor. You dream it, we build it. Creating timepieces in a very special way. The Porsche way.
being able to understand vehicle dynamics. The car balance that you learn in these exercises on the racetrack helps you be such a better driver on the street. And it teaches you invaluable skills of how to control the car if you go into a slide, or if you have to brake suddenly, or a deer jumps out in front of you.
Everybody's goals can be different, and that's all right. It's not our goals, it's what the driver's goals are that are important throughout this event. So if we have somebody who's really anxious, if the goal can be to help them get over the anxiety of being on track, and then for them to have a good time, that's great. I mean, we have 3 rules for our events, right? Be safe, have fun, and learn something in that order. And so safety first, of course, but getting them to have some fun with this helps to reduce the anxiety for a lot of people.
Find out what events are available around the country and how to sign up for them.
And I think a really important thing is PCA's High Performance Driver Education Program is run completely by volunteers. No matter where you go, if you're in a high performance driving event, everyone there is out there to help you, and everybody there is a volunteer. And we do it to give back to those who served us beforehand and made us the great drivers that we are today.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 18th through 20th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming pier carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes cold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature 2 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
It's time for racing here on Sunday at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Welcome back, everybody. My name's Jeremy Scott. Pleased to be joined by Brendan Kaczmarek alongside as we go for our third and final PCA Club Racing West Coast Series race of the day. Brendan, we saw a lot of action, especially in Spec Boxer, but surprisingly enough with the Caymans, it was out of class battle, but they put on some great action.
Yeah, excellent racing. I think a bit of an understatement there, Jeremy. We had two bangers of races yesterday, and as you said, it wasn't necessarily all the in-class action, although the Spec Boxer races were tremendous. Some of it was the out-of-class action that we saw up at the front amongst the 911 Cubs, GT3 Cubs against some of the Caymans. That 914-6 there, in the middle of your screen, just headed off to the right, that's John Nelson in GT4. Played a spoiler role up there yesterday as well. Just two really great half-hour sprint races here in the Porsche Club of America, and looking forward to another one on what is a picture-perfect morning for racing, especially if you're itching for a bit of fall-type weather. The coast guy is really enjoying the cool air and lack of humidity. Just doesn't get much better than this. As we begin race number 3, let's head to the grid, Mr. Scott. On the pole position for race number 3 will be the number 79 of Tim Salveson. That's the bright yellow 991.2 Cup. Alongside him, Mark Krigler in the number 204. Remember, Salveson had some issues first thing yesterday in race number 1 from the lead while working traffic. Krigler going to look to try and get in amongst Tim Salveson again before he scoots out the front and they begin to work through some of the Spec Boxer traffic. Your row number 2 is Alan Ritchie alongside Scott Dager. Greg Herbeck will be on the inside of row number 3 in his 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport alongside that 914 that we saw of John Nelson, the number 42. Row number 4 is BJ Nichols alongside Jeff Robbins. Those are GTD cars of various vintage. Robbins in that 981 Cayman. Andy Simpkinson is your 911 Cup pole sitter this morning alongside Matthew Lawrence, who was your pole sitter yesterday afternoon. Karen Holmes rounds out the 911 Cup field on the inside of row number 6. Outside her will be the Spec 911 of Robert Murillo, the 1985 911 Carrera. Ben Merriman inside of row number 7 alongside Ed Minot, GT5 and GT4 respectively. Some older 911s there to round out the first group. Your second group is all Spec Boxers, and we'll rip through these quick. It's Dallas Carroll on pole alongside Joseph Koo. Tremendous battle between the two of them throughout the day yesterday. Ken Johnston and Richard Baum on the second row. Jack Sherwood and Alan Watts on row number 3. Trygve Isaacson, Chris Foster, Charles Kraus, John Seidel, Jan Bjernfalk, and Josh Famestad will round out your Spec Boxer grid as Jeremy Scott, we prepare to go racing for the final time this weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Indeed we do, as we're set for the third and final race of the weekend for PCA Club Racing. Glad to have you with us as the green flag is out. 30 minutes of racing now underway. Tim Salveson, Mark Krigler make their way up and over towards the Andretti hairpin. Once again, Salveson who gets the advantage up front, but this time Krigler hanging out of that rear wing just a little bit harder than he has the past couple of races. They work their way out of 2. Got a side-by-side action back there. That's between Herbeck and Dager for overall position. Herbeck going to have to relinquish that. Green flag is out for the Spec Boxers as well. Dallas Carroll been the surprise of the weekend. Can he make it 2 for 2? As it looks like that's still going to be side-by-side for position. Oh, Koo trying to make it work on the outside as you see Carroll make it outside. He's going to go right to the front, shut the front door on Koo, and take the lead. Your top 3 single file in Spec Boxer.
This may be the last time we see all this single file action here as they work through turn number 3. Back and forth we went for so much of the second race yesterday afternoon, and it wasn't just the lead battle up at the front. Of course, yesterday morning we had the battles between Ken Johnston, Trygve Isaacson, Chris Foster all played roles. Jack Sherwood in the number 100 as well. As we head back to the front, remember yesterday, Jeremy, it was about a 4 to 4.5 second margin for your pole sitter, Tim Salveson. Let's see if it starts off the same way. Actually not, Jeremy. Mark Krigler doing a tremendous job to stay within just a couple of car lengths of that yellow number 79.
You know, and I had a feeling that was going to happen, Brendan, because you saw how close it he was compared to the previous 2 starts of the races. But now you start to see Salveson open up that slight gap and just here and there. A little bit more of a shallower entry into the Andretti hairpin, as behind them you've got a great battle for third between Alan Ritchie, Scott Dagger, and Greg Herbeck, GTA 3, GTC 6, and GT2 right there coming out of the Andretti hairpin. Not too far away is BJ Nichols either, and heck, let's even throw John Nelson into the mix. We know that once that the green 914 decides to come up to power, it is unstoppable, working their way out of turn number 4 once again. And Richie's got a face full of mirror full of Dagger, I should say, as we are side by side as Richie goes to the outside of Dagger. Dagger cannot make that move.
I don't know if Alan Ritchie's going to be able to keep this defense up for the next 27 and a half minutes, but it is robust at this early stage. It's not a class battle, but a good overall position battle. Let's see how long Alan Ritchie can hang on in that number 411. As we get a spinner, that's Karen Holmes in the number 36, the chartreuse-colored 911 Cup entry. That's gone around, has recovered, but may fall into the clutches of your Spec Boxster leaders, who are 1, 2, 3 right in a line. It's Dallas Carroll from Joseph Koo, from Richard Baum in the 191. That is by far the best run we've seen from Richard this weekend, hanging on to a podium position there, with working lap number 2 here, Jeremy Scott.
Yeah, Baum with a great run so far in the Spec Boxster class as they work their way up and over the hill so far. It's been interesting to see how these drivers have been really trying their best at getting up there, getting up to the front, and trying to make something happen throughout, especially the first 2 races. Now that we've got no more races to worry about, they're basically free to make something happen all around. Of course, Baum with a 3rd place yesterday. He goes to the inside right there. Nice little pass as the battle for second heats up. That is going to give Dallas Carroll a chance to open up. Koo, though, he's a little bit further back than what he was all race long, as you know, he and Carroll were going scrapping through it all race long. And both races, really, but now we're starting to see Carroll kind of open up because of that battle for second. However, he's still got Richard Baum all over his back bumper.
Yeah, Baum, as you said, picked up a 3rd place finish yesterday, but he didn't, let's say, factor into the lead battle the way he is right now. As we get Trygve Isaksen sending it around the outside, super late on the brakes, takes that really long arc into the Andretti hairpin, and is able to get the position number 4 from Ken Johnston in that white and green number 777. Let's see if Trygve has anything to say about the lead trio up there at the moment. Remember, the more that they battle and the more that Richard Baum kind of plays the spoiler role compared to the race we saw yesterday, the more it's going to allow Trygve Isaksen, who now has all that clear road in front of him, to start to work up to the back of Joseph Koo in that number 6. It was a good pass from Richard Baum, and I think just at the moment, that lead trio seems to have found its race pace. Clear air is going to be best for Dallas Carroll in the number 106 out in front, but at least as things stand, they all seem to be right in that same pace bracket in the 143s and 144s.
As you saw right there, Carroll going a little wide, Baum taking a tighter entry there, or exit, I should say. And Trygve, hanging around the top 10 all season long, just one DNS, and that was at Button Willow, number 1. Didn't run Utah or the Rose Cup, but still a best finish of 4th so far this season in race number 1 at Thunderhill. See if he can kind of replicate that finish. But the more that your top 3 are running nose to tail, Carroll, Baum, and Koo, I think that's going to give a chance for Isaksen to kind of close in on that battle for the lead. Of course, they might be scrapping here shortly, or either that, most likely, they're probably just, gapping the field so they can scrap each other. Now, remember, this is timed, and here comes Koo to the inside, and going to make it a nice tight battle between he and Richard Baum through the Andretti hairpin. They're still side by side, as Baum's going to have the advantage going into turn 3. That's exactly the line that you want to be, but they're still going to go side by side, little bit too close as Baum makes contact with Koo. Koo's going to go off into the gravel. We had a feeling that was going to end in tears.
Yeah, it was good battling through the Andretti hairpin. I don't know if I have an opinion on whether or not Baum should have conceded on the way into turn number 3, or if Koo came across the nose into that right-hander. In either case, it sure looked like there was just enough contact made there to send Joseph Koo off the road and out towards the tire barrier, able to collect the car without hitting anything other than, obviously, the car-to-car contact. Dallas Carroll loves that, though, because he looks in his rear-view mirror, and now he has car lengths
back to that orange number 191 of Richard Baum. Worth noting, by the way, the last lap, the number 777 of Ken Johnston lost 4 spots in one go, ran a 1:50 and fell from P4 all the way back to P8, and is going to have it all to do to try and catch back up to, well, the position he was in, up inside the top 5, as the leader begins to work through the tailenders in Spec Boxster. Elsewhere here in the overall position battle from the first starting group, this is, of course, the battle between Alan Ritchie, Scott Dager, and Greg Herback, with BJ Nichols in that number 64 and John Nelson just off the back of that group. But that Alan Ritchie defense becoming something a little bit legendary here, Jeremy. Still able to defend aggressively from Scott Dager in the 47.
And Dager, half of that half car width length coming into, still cannot keep up to Alan Ritchie. Of course, sitting back there, that interested spectator is Greg Herback, the number 49, kind of keeping that car clean. He needs it in a couple weeks for Porsche Sprint Challenge action at Road America. You can catch that all on YouTube, as well as Dager closing into the back of Ritchie, as they're both going to go to the inside. Ritchie saw Dager and decided, you know what, I'm going to take the defensive line. So all you have to do is go high, wide, and handsome. But how will that work into the hairpin? Oh, nice little cutoff there. We're going to call that one the Pruitt fade that Ritchie made there on Dager, coming around the Andretti hairpin. And now they're both going to have to deal with some slower traffic. And like you said, Brendan, I think traffic's going to give it or take it away here.
Alan Ritchie is just positioning his car about half a car width off of the racing line at most of these corner entries. And Dager just isn't able to take advantage of what that creates in the compromise of Alan Ritchie's corner exit. You see it again there. In some ways, I think Dager is maybe not setting up his exits as optimally as he could to try and get a move set up on that number 411. But remember, like we talked about yesterday, it's a tight and twisty WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. These cars aren't stretching their legs the way they will at Road America, let's say, in 4 weeks' time, or even New Jersey Motorsports Park coming up next weekend. This is a put your car on the line, position it properly, and make sure you don't leave the door open for a late-breaking lunge. So far, Alan Ritchie doing that exceptionally well in the 411.
Oh, he's doing it quite well so far, and you see that battle brewing once again. Dager popping to the outside to kind of get a look and see what's going on up ahead. Herback, as you see right there, just sitting there watching. I'm sure he's enjoying every second of this as they work their way down the straightaway once again. It is still Ritchie doing his best to play defense over Scott Dager. And look at this. They've got a couple of boxers. Nice little dive there by Alan Ritchie. That was precision passing right there, getting in between 2 spec boxers. But Dager saw right through it, wasn't able to really get around. Of course, now that gives them the chance to lose Greg Herback. So that possible 3 dance is going to be a 2, because it takes 2 to tango. And, well, I don't know what 3 takes, but either way, it's going to be quite interesting.
I think 3's a polka to me.
Ah, yes.
Being a Chicagoan, I'm surprised you didn't know that. Anyway,
you know what? I forgot about that.
in watching this battle with Ritchie and Dager, it's kind of the reverse of the lead battle, where Tim Salveson is out in front and lapping quickly, but made a couple of mistakes in traffic yesterday, especially in the morning race, that allowed Mark Krigler to take the advantage. In this case, it's Ritchie who's, I think, obviously holding up Scott Dager, at least to some degree, but he's doing everything right as they catch this Boxster traffic and positioning his car properly, and really absorbing that pressure from behind from Scott Dager that has me really, really impressed, and is kind of the anti-lead battle as we see it at the moment. Also wanted to draw some attention just briefly to the 911 Cup battle. Matthew Lawrence leads from the pole sitter Andy Simpkinson. That's 11 from 68. It's 2.5 seconds. It was noteworthy because Simpkinson had just run a 141.2, fastest lap in the class, and his personal best to close that margin down a little bit. But they're both right in the 141s and 142s, and it's not looking like Simpkinson, at least for now, has enough pace in hand to be able to claw chunks back. It's going to have to happen a couple of tenths at a time. And in those 911 Cup cars that are so evenly matched and provide such good racing, I think it's going to be really difficult for that to come together all at once, barring some kind of traffic or a mistake. from Matthew Lawrence in the 11. So we'll just kind of keep a weathered eye on that while we watch this battle. As Jeremy and Spec Boxster, we've got a change for second place.
Yeah, Spec Boxer, second place. Joseph Koo able to get around Richard Baum for that position. Has opened up on an 0.8 of a second gap, but however, they're still 3 seconds behind Dallas Carroll as we're still keeping a close eye on that battle for third overall. And Brendan, I've got to say this. I always love to point out to those who are watching, who are trying to learn the art of racing, this battle right here is an absolute masterclass in how to defend your position without blocking illegally. Because you see Dagger going down just in front and just behind the line that Richie's taken, and Richie still defending. By the way, Greg Herbeck now back into the battle because of this, and here comes Dagger. He's going to take a look to the inside, and Richie just taking his line. Oh, that was a little close. That could have been nip and tuck. Stewards might want to have a look at that later, but here comes, once again, talking about that Peru fade, just going right there. That's close, but it is still technically legal by the letter of the law.
Yeah, oh, well, it is, but it's going to cost Dagger. You could kind of see it coming. In my head, I was saying, or kind of thinking that Dagger hasn't really made the lunge yet. He's been really patient sitting behind Alan Ritchie in that number 411, and I think Ritchie kind of knew it, that he didn't. Oh, and that's an off from Richard Baum in the 191 from a podium position there. I actually kind of wonder if he had redressed after the contact with Koo, but that's another mistake from Baum, and I wonder if he's just, if either something's not quite right with that car, he's pushing a little bit too hard to try and stay with the escaping lead duo as things stand. But anyway, you could see the move coming from Dagger eventually. He made it all at once, had no pathway, and ended up way too late on the brakes and way too shallow in entry to do anything about it. Ended up wide at the Andretti hairpin, and that was enough to allow Greg Herbeck in that number 49 to scoot right on through.
Yeah, and of course, a nice little pass there on Alan Ritchie as he gets around your Spec Boxer leader, Dallas Carroll, and kind of use that as a pick to keep Herbeck and Dagger behind him. Dagger, though, he's all over the back of Herbeck right now as they work their way coming out of turn number 11. And it's going to be a battle to see if they can all catch up to Alan Ritchie. What was just a couple tenths of a second now is a 2.6 second gap between Ritchie and Herbeck. It's not over yet, though. But what is over is the first half of this race, and we're actually going to step aside, got to pay some bills here. You're watching Driver's Eye Live, race 3 of the Porsche PCA Club Racing Spectacular.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
Back just in time to watch the Spec Boxer lead between Dallas Carroll and Joseph Koo. You saw it all happen during the commercial break as they worked their way towards the corkscrew. Jeremy Scott, Brendan Kaczmarek, and Brendan. This has been a battle that we were expecting to brew all throughout the race. Now they worked their way through, and I thought they were doing everything but making contact there, both Koo and Carroll.
Only just Jeremy, as Koo is going to show the nose on Carroll on the way into Rainy Curve there at turn number 9. Again, not able to get the move actually done, and that's probably the third time we've seen it just on this lap, as Koo has caught the back of Carroll after his, let's say, run-ins with Richard Baum there, back there in the number 191, the back of your shot. But this is the battle we saw all day yesterday, Jeremy, certainly in the afternoon race, wasn't it? It's Koo and Carroll back and forth.
Of course, Carroll also trying to do the same in POC. Had to run into some problems yesterday, and now they both go a little wide. Koo looks to the inside. He's too far away to even think about something. Waits for Carroll to dive on the outside. That's not going to happen this time, as last time by we saw them going side by side for position, working their way through 3, and now one has to wonder if Koo's just sitting back, letting the tires come back to him, and because that was a pretty aggressive lap out of both drivers.
It was, and I'm actually pretty impressed with how Joseph Koo's been able to close that margin down to Dallas Carroll. And, we're going to get a move
that's a nice dive to the inside. Holy cow, as Koo tucks right back in line with Carroll, and I don't think that's going to be over yet, Brian, and I think they're going to make their way to the corkscrew just like that.
Yeah, so like our colleague Ryan West has said on the POC side, this is a pretty exceptionally difficult track to pass on, and it's not that there aren't opportunities to initiate the pass. It's just a really hard track to complete passes on. Some of that is track width, some of that is the way some of these braking zones invite you to run a little bit deep, some of it is the camber. It's a really unique racetrack in that regard, and we're seeing it with Joseph Koo here, able to show the nose, able to kind of look at maybe a late braking maneuver on the way into some of these slower corners, but it's so difficult to square it up on the exit and actually make it happen, or carry the corner through the mid-speed like you need to do, the mid-corner speed at the Andretti hairpin when you come back on the throttle towards turn number 3. Koo just doesn't really have enough when he charges the braking zone to try and upset Dallas Carroll's number 106 a little bit at corner entry. Is now they're going to get a little help from Tim Salveson, your race leader in the number 79. Does this just put Dallas Carroll off enough to let Joseph Koo have a sniff at the race lead? Actually, no. It's going to put Salveson's going to put himself between those two cars. Now, does Salveson clear Dallas Carroll on the way into turn number 4, more or less? Yes. And they're now going to have to contend with Mark Krigler in the number 204.
Yeah, Krigler having to flash his lights and going left, going right as he tries to make his way around. He gets one, and if I'm Koo, I'm closing in on Krigler because he's going to open up a hole. Opens it up on the wrong place, so for Koo to make any sort of advantage, we'll see if that kind of backs up Carroll into Koo as they work their way out of 5 into 6, and they'll up the Ray Hall straight. We'll see them next time by as they come through the corkscrew. There's your overall leader, Tim Salveson. Krigler closing in. That was a fun battle as well last time out, so we'll see if that decides to develop again. But there's your Spec Boxer leaders making their way out of Rainy Curve and down the hill through turn 9, and now setting up for turn number 10. It's about a 1 to 2 car length gap that Carroll has over Koo. And by the way, Koo with the fastest lap of the race, 43.186. But the way that they're battling, it's only a couple of tenths off of their fastest laps. As once again, Koo heavy on the brake pedal a little later. That helps out. And now the momentum shift goes to Koo as they work their way onto the front straightaway once again. They'll cross the start-finish line, make the climb into the Andretti hairpin. That's where we've seen Koo try and make some bold moves, to say the least, and he's not going to be able to do it this time. He looks to the outside. Now he's going to try and move to the inside as they're almost side by side. Shut the front door, Dallas Carroll dip, and now they're side by side again. Koo with the nose out front. Little wiggle coming off that corner, and Dallas Carroll has the line going into turn 3, so he will automatically get that back. It's harder to run that outside line when you're side by side with everybody. Interesting to note that Carroll's in the middle of the course, and still, I gotta say, Koo, he's running that thing ragged. That's going every which way but sideways.
I don't know if Dallas Carroll made a mistake at the apex of turn 3 there that compromises corner exit, but Koo's going to try it again here up the inside of 5. It's a cambered corner, Jeremy, so Dallas Carroll should be able to come back to the throttle pretty early, but Koo actually commits to that run up the inside, able to draw alongside Dallas Carroll, and I think when we get to the compression here at turn number 6, it is likely to be Joseph Koo that we see arrive at the corkscrew first. Anyway, back to that turn 3 corner exit there. I have to assume Carroll made some kind of mistake, maybe the wrong gear or something, as the lead does change hands. That set him offline in the middle of the road there underneath the TireRack.com bridge. Just ended up cascading itself all the way down through turn 4 and into the braking zone for turn number 5, where Koo was able to set up the pass and eventually get it done.
Yeah, now Carroll has a couple of other attacks to make before the race is over. They'll come across the line with under 7 minutes left to go. Just a handful of laps left to go in this weekend here for PCA Club Racing. Great to have them here alongside us with POC. Of course, they have. They're not going to be running for quite some time. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. But now that gap opened up to about 4 car lengths, and Koo knows that his lead's not safe because he had to take that kind of the deeper, shallower line to get in there. But that's given Dallas Carroll a chance to close in. He knows how fast that 106 is, and I don't think that he's just going to stand on his heels there and basically try and get something done, because there's going to be another attack here shortly.
Elsewhere on the field here, Jeremy, Scott Dager has refocused in the number 47, puts in a personal best of a 132.784, and with 6.5 minutes left, has the margin for the overall podium, a third step on the overall podium, down to just 1.3 seconds. Does it again with a 131.8 and takes 1.5 seconds out of Alan Ritchie in the number 411. So that battle has the potential to come together. Also, elsewhere in Spec Boxster, Trygve Isaacson defending now from Jack Sherwood in the number 100. Sherwood able to take a 10th out, but that margin is just half a second. As we go up to this battle for third, it's not measured in seconds anymore, Jeremy. It's measured in car lengths. That's Ritchie and that's Dager battling for third.
And Dager are trying to get that 411 just bigger in his sights. And is there a problem with Dager? Because he took a very weird exit coming out of turn 5. I'm kind of surprised. Let's see how they go going up the Ray Hall Straight as we watch them work their way down through the corkscrew. There's a couple of Spec Boxers. They'll have to deal with slower traffic in just a little bit. Ritchie and Dager will. Who comes out first out of the two of them? It's still Ritchie ahead of Dager. So whatever Ritchie had a problem with, Dager kind of countered as he's fallen back just a little bit. I'm curious to see if maybe there was some sort of hiccup with that 411.
Well, yeah, potentially. It got even weirder because Dager was completely out of line, or off the line, headed up into the corkscrew, ended up overshooting the entrance there, what ended up way to driver's right, which set up the angle down the corkscrew itself completely wrong, and ended up costing him, it's probably going to be upwards of a second here. Ends up running about the same lap time, but he is about a second quicker per lap on balance. So, you know, we saw it a little bit earlier, Jeremy. Dager kind of made the one little mistake, and it ended up compounding itself. Right, you run a little bit deep in a braking zone, and you end up having to go wide so that you don't collect the car in front of you. Okay, you just gather it up, arch forward, and you know, let that be in the past. What ended up happening with Dager is that it compounded itself, and he ended up losing 4 or 5 seconds as a result, and now has had it all to do to try and catch Alan Ritchie, in the number 411. It just can't let the mistakes cascade or compound on top of each other. You end up offline. Okay, gather it up, get it right again. I think that's where Dager is at now, but he's running out of time here. Just 4 minutes left. There's only probably going to be 3 more laps.
And, you know, here's the thing, too. We saw exactly this play out during race number 2 yesterday, as once again, Dagger closes within a couple of car lengths as they're working their way through the slower spec Boxster traffic. And especially with these two, and he also had Herback in the mix at some point, but he's fallen back just a little bit again. This is all out-of-class battle, as now Dagger closes within less than a car length on Richie as they work their way through turn number 11. Eyes on these two. It's a little bit of a bobble coming out of the final turn, and then you can't really say that was because of spec Boxster traffic, because there was not that many right there. Now all of a sudden they're making a pass. Let's see how the race comes through the Andrade hairpin. Here comes Dagger as he's trying to look to the inside of Richie, but another Boxster in the way there. That battle, they do the generally thing, get out of the way of both of those drivers as they go nose to tail through turn 3, but Richie able to open up a little bit of breathing room, but still not enough breathing room to make anything count. And I'm looking at timing as well. Salveson having to deal with Kriegler once again.
Yeah, it was down to 3 seconds. Now it's back out to 1.1. That's probably just variations in traffic. But as we saw yesterday morning, Jeremy, Salveson not quite as committed through traffic as Mark Kriegler in the number 204. Definitely quicker and clear air. The personal best lap time reflects that with a PB in the 128 compared to Kriegler's 129.2. But unless we really get a huge handful of traffic here before the end of the race, Salveson, who is a little bit wide there, exiting turn number 5 in the background, with Kriegler just about 5 or 6 car lengths in arrears. I think Salveson's going to have to make a bigger mistake than just being a little bit offline in order to open the door for Kriegler. 2 minutes left here, probably coming to the 1 to go.
We'll see how that plays out, as now you see Kriegler all over the back of Salveson for that overall lead. Couple of spec Boxsters on the way as they work their way down through Rainy Curve. Set up for turn number 10, and they'll go through 11, and Kriegler takes a look to the inside. Coming out of 10, they're side by side through there, and of course now they got to figure out, okay, how do we get around this Boxster? As take a look at the start stand, Salveson goes to the inside, so does Kriegler. Eyes on the starter as it looks like no one to go, which is interesting with the lap time. But I didn't see that, but they're side by side for the lead. Kriegler
Salveson has a problem.
I say something's wrong with Salveson. Is that right rear gone? Because a couple of the cones have been taken out from the pit exit. So yeah, a little bit of smoke. I'm thinking that Salveson had a right rear go on him.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jeremy. If it's not a right rear, it was ended up just a little bit offline there going into turn number 1. But that car is well and truly off pace behind that Boxster there. Has the car very much under control. Will probably just cruise around to the checkered flag here, but that was really awkward. As you said, Jeremy, cones ended up littering the track over the rise at turn number 1, exactly at the moment that Mark Kriegler ended up taking the lead from Tim Salveson. And once again, in just a little bit of traffic, it's heartbreak for the number 79. Kriegler takes the advantage and will almost certainly come home to take the checkered flag in race number 3.
Well, comes down through the corkscrew for the final time at speed. I gotta say, it's been patience for Kriegler as he has finished behind Salveson all day long yesterday. The 204 in the Sprint Trophy class coming around the final corner. And he will come down the straightaway and see the starter with the checkered flag in hand. And it's going to be a win for Mark Kriegler on Sunday. Checkered flag is out. He is your winner. Of course, we're also trying to find out who is in front in Spec Boxster. Isaacson finishes the race, and they've got to be somewhere close. There they are. Actually, This is the battle for third place between Richie and Dagger. This is absolutely fantastic. Actually, it's both battles, as you said. They're neck and neck going through turn number 5, and Richie able to open up a gap, but Dagger able to close up on that gap. And look who else has joined. It's Herback in the 49.
Yeah, actually that worked out reasonably well for Dallas Carroll. Lost it all between 3 and 4 with that battle for third place overall scooting through. And then on the run into turn number 5, it allowed Carroll to catch back up with Joseph Fu being stuck on the outside. Well managed. at least in the Spec Boxster class. There is Scott Dager up on the back of Alan Ritchie. There is Dallas Carroll on the back of Joseph Koo. They're going to come to the line more or less 2x2 here. We'll follow the battle for third overall and then pick up the Spec Boxsters as they head for home.
Well, it's easy to find that battle here as I see Dager still looking to the outside of Ritchie. He's got to throw everything that he can at him as they come around turn number 11 for the final time. Does Ritchie have anything to hold off Dager? It looks like they're side by side, and no. Dager is going to finish off behind Ritchie. Herback in fourth place as Salveson still has yet, obviously has not come across. So Salveson comes into the pits. Krigley, your winner, Ritchie in second, Dager in third, your Spec Boxster lead. That got with the win went to Joseph Koo once again.
What a recovery drive from Joseph Koo. Remember, he was out in the gravel pointed at the tire barrier and the TireRack.com bridge abutment between 3 and 4 about halfway through this race, and able to not just catch Dallas Carroll, but set up and execute on a really good pass down at turns 5 and 6 that ended up securing him the win in the number 6. Dallas Carroll in the 106. Defense was good, but in the end, not strong enough. Anyway, it was 2 out of 3 really good races for both of those two. Set up some fantastic battles for us and for you all, ladies and gentlemen, being able to watch this from home. Also, props to Alan Ritchie in that number 411, who started defending from Scott Dager approximately 48 seconds into this race. And, with some margin built in there in the middle part of the race, absorbed that pressure for all 30 minutes, never let Dager out in front, just positioned his car exactly right, parked the car on the apex where he needed to prevent Dager from getting the run down these longer straights. And in the end, pick up not just a... actually, this is important, Jeremy. We didn't mention this at the time. It's not just that he picks up a second place overall, but the problem for Tim Salveson means Alan Ritchie is going to pick up a win and the first place points that come with it in GTA 3. So the Salveson issue was not of no consequence. And in the end, Alan Ritchie is the big benefactor.
Exactly. That was absolutely interesting to see. So going to be curious to see what happens here in what happened there in the last lap. But yeah, that was a very strange incident to say the least. Well, luckily for you guys, if you want to watch more of this PCA Club racing action, you're not going to have to wait much longer, as next weekend the Shot and Bomb Showdown takes place at New Jersey Motorsports Park. You see coverage begins Saturday, August 8th at 10:30. Brendan, thanks for joining me in the booth this weekend. As I said yesterday, it's been, I have no problem doing the solo, but man, having a second voice in there, I think just elevated our broadcast. Any final thoughts?
There's few places like WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's a special place. I pondered the idea of the message we've got up at the corkscrew there, Jeremy, and if you'll indulge me here for just a minute, if we get the shot of the corkscrew, the descent out of the iconic left and right-hander up there at the top of the hill there, Jordan, you see on the right-hand side the words Grazie Alex written out. Grazie Alex. Of course, Alessandro Zanardi is the reference there. 30 years since the pass. I mean, maybe one of the most iconic on-track passes in motorsports history, right here at the corkscrew. Target Chip Ganassi Racing and Alex Zanardi on the young gun Brian Herta. Everybody has a sporting hero. Alex was my first. I got into motorsports in 1997, 1998. Alex was in the midst of a 2-year championship run there in kart before he went off to Formula One. Alex's career went the way that it did. Obviously, the accident in Germany in 2001, but rebounded in a way that I think very few others could possibly have done, becoming a Paralympic champion, a world champion in hand cycling, never mind being a hell of a race car driver, even with hand controls and adaptive controls. Alex's last couple of years were obviously spent in recovery from a road cycling accident, a hand cycling accident that took a lot of Alex's life away from him before he eventually succumbed earlier this year. I owe Alex a great deal, Alex Zanardi, a great deal for getting me into motorsports in the first place, capturing my imagination as a young child, and to be here on the weekend that will precede 30 years since the past being celebrated at the Monterey Historics here in 2 more weeks is pretty special for me as well. It's a special place to begin with, but with that all in mind, I feel very, very fortunate to have shared this weekend with you, Jeremy, and with Ryan West on the POC side. I cannot wait to come back and do this all again. It is really such a fine marriage of all the things we love about Porsches and about motorsport, and that I'm fortunate enough to be a part of here on DriversEye Live. So thanks for being with us, Jeremy. Thanks to Jordan Worth for our production side as well. Ryan West will be back on the microphone here in just a little bit to cover the POC side, and we will see you next weekend from New Jersey Motorsports Park for the Schattenbaum Showdown. Stick with us the rest of the way this afternoon for 2 more excellent Porsche Owners Club races.
So he was saying he didn't know his grid position, so I don't know what he's doing.
In spot 19.
Hello, hello.
It's time for the second race of the day, the first POC race of the day here at Laguna Seca in the final red group race as we go 15 laps around the legendary California circuit. Hi, everybody. Jeremy Scott, Ryan West alongside as we are set for the final red race of the day. Already Anna Prodescu coming through into pit road, and so is the rest of the 991.2. So, okay, Ryan, this is going to be interesting.
No, looking forward to this race. We'll see how it shakes out here. I believe, Brendan, do we have the grid graphic available? Yes, let's run the grid graphic here, and we'll rip through that as quick as we can.
There you go. You got Anders Hayner on the front row alongside Tim Salveson. Row 2 of Wave 1 will be Mark Krigler and Mike Monsalve. Krigler coming off that overall win in the PCA Club race. Row 3 is Jacob Yesnick and Bob Mueller. Yesnick in his Audi R8. As you take a look at row number 4, Nathan Johnson and Alexandra Hayner in her GT1 Porsche. Row 5 is Dwayne Selby and Greg Gorski. Rounding out your 6th row right now is Anna Prodescu and Tom Mueller. As you take a look at row 7, it's Garrett Wessling and Ryan Blair Boyce takes up that row. And Ernst Gettner and Eben Benatti make up row 8. Row 9 is Daryl Stroster and Brett Gaviglio. That's actually going to be a split, so we'll go into the GT split with Brett Gaviglio. He's going to be alongside Brian Salehi. And that next, the row 2 of split 2 is going to be John Heldman alongside the 31 of Roland Schmidt. Paul Barnes will be right next to the 683 rider Liu. Viltown in the next row will be next to Mick Janaszek Jr. Osei Apiaji will be right there next to the driver of Scott Matz in the 706. Andy Sloan will also be in the GT3. He's one driver to watch out for, and he'll be alongside Kelly Triboulet. And they'll round out your field as they work their way. 29 cars will answer the call for today's race around Rainy Curve, I should say. They go all the way through into turn 10. You see the GT1, the 991.2s making their way around the final couple of corners. Glad to have you with us here at Laguna Seca as we are just about set to get going for the final race of the day for the red group and the final race before lunch as well, as they come down into the final corner for the first time at slow pace. Tim Salveson, Mark Krigler make up that front row, Mike Monsalve and Bob Mueller. That's going to be an interesting battle right there for your spec 991.2. A little bit further back than we normally see is your defending winner for that race. Green flag is out as they start to make their way 2-3 wide near the back of the pack. Of course, you also have the second wave coming through. Tim Salveson has that advantage, but try to look for the inside is Monsalve. He gets around Krigler to give himself a little bit of breathing room. Not able to do that yet. Here comes your GT classes. The green flag is out for that as the 2s and the 3s are side by side, neck and neck coming out of the start finish line. And once again, no surprise here. It's the 70 Braccaviglio out front.
Absolutely. That car, a strong contender here in the GT3 category. He's got one car hanging onto his rear wing, but I think as soon as we head up the hill, that car is going to continue to walk away, but we'll keep an eye on this battle at the front of the GT field. Sticking right with him there for second place.
That's Brian Salehi's actually right there. Across the line, Salehi actually had a nose out front. So this is the battle for GT3 right now as Salehi and Gaviglio in the blue 70, the 15 yellow of Salehi, nose to tail. And of course, these two, they're no strangers to one another as they work their way up and over turn 6. Now heading up through the Rahal Straight once again. As you see them coming through the all the way through the corkscrew, falling back just a little bit. That's your GT2 leader, John Heldman, that you see in the all-white as they work their way down through Rainy Curve and into turn number 9, now setting up for turn number 10. Although, look at this, your new GT, I believe that's your new GT1 leader right there. Jacob Yesnick gets ahead of Alexandra Hayner after falling back through the pack. But gotta say this, seeing Tim Salveson leading spec 991.2, quite interesting to see that Monsalve doing what he can to catch up to your race leader.
Indeed, and like I said during qualifying, Monsalve very forward about not having as many laps around this circuit. He knows that it's going to be a tough battle ahead to try and retake first position, but still in a good points position here for second place, 2 races in a row. I think he'll take that one if that's all that's available to him.
Yeah, that's not, you better take what you can than what you can't, to say the least, as they work their way through turn number 5. Monsalve has not won a race since Willow Springs number 1, race 1, I should say, as Tim Salveson is slowly going down through the field. nose to tails. They work their way out of the corkscrew once again. And once again, Salveson opening up a commanding lead. Last time by was a half second, but it's about several car lengths this time, as we saw in the PCA race, Ryan, that Salveson, when he gets up front, he's able to get that air right out from under him. But here's the thing. You're going to have a GT1 car on the back of Monsalve, and that's Jacob Yesnick, and it's only going to be a matter of time before Yesnick can make an assault on him, but he's fallen back just a little bit.
Absolutely. You have to think that he's hoping for that Audi R8 to get up and around and go hunt down Salveson and give him a little bit of trouble as he tries to go through. Mike Monsalve looking at the back of Tim Salveson. It was Nathan Johnson yesterday. That's one of the 997s goes around here, coming out of turn 9 into turn 10.
Yeah, that's a 707 with a quick spin and go. They're back underway. And that's just the nature of turn number 9. We haven't seen too many spins through there, which I'm kind of surprised. But either way, the battle for position. Here comes Benade to the inside of Hayner. Actually, it's going to be an out-of-class battle right there. So Evan Benade making his way up through the field. He currently sits. That wasn't Evan Benade. I apologize. That's Dwayne Selby as he's trying to close in on Bob Mueller for that bottom step of the podium.
Indeed, just as we get our timing sorted here, it'd be a little bit easier to keep track of the on-track action. Bob Mueller, one of these guys, and as well as Mark Krigler, that's been taking it nice and easy this weekend. A little bit easier on the tires, I think, than Monsalve or Predescu or Gorski or some of these people that were deeper in the field. So I expect to see those cars kind of make their way forward a little bit and maybe give Monsalve some pressure from behind.
Well, giving Monsalve some pressure from behind, that's not something that you normally can say, as they are working their way around Tim Salveson. Once again, your leader, 0.7 of a second now separate those two, as Monsalve doing what he can to try and close in on your overall leader. Salveson knows this track very well, again running both PCA and POC this weekend. You saw a battle back there for position as well, so the 991.2 class really coming out in full force, as that's going to be trying to see which battle that is. That's actually a battle between Blair Boyce and Garrett Wessling. You see that them coming into picture right there, as Boyce trying to do what he can to keep the 722 behind him. That's for the 991.2 class. And right ahead of them, they've got Tom Mueller, so they're reeling those guys in. That's a battle for 9th place in class.
Gaviglio still maintains a lead over Lance Salehi. John Heldman leads GT2 ahead of Paul Barnes and Roland Schmidt.
Yeah, not a bad battle that we're seeing here for position. And I've got to say this, you saw in the PCA race, I should say, Salveson just running away, and Monsalve, probably the only driver so far this today who's had an answer for Salveson, as he's closing in ever so slightly. But part and parcel of that, I have to think, has to deal with Yesnick is closing in on Monsalve as well, trying to make that Audi R8 LMS a chance to get through. And of course, right behind them as well as Mark Krigler. Now, he doesn't have anybody to race with in the 992.1 class, but I'll tell you what, that is still one fast driver. As let's hang here for a bit, because I absolutely love the speed shot. We got a spinner at the back. Not sure who that is. Is slight contact. I think that's going to be Blair Boyce who takes that spin, as he was trying to battle for position. Yeah, that is Boyce who is falling down, trying to get that number 80 started. And indeed, he's going to get that going and pointed in the right direction.
A classic thing to have happen here is you take a little bit too much speed into 11, you get out over the curbing, and the car comes unglued, and you spin it. A lot of times you don't collect it into the wall. We saw that happen during qualifying as well. So fortunate, I think, for Blair Boyce there to keep the car off of the wall and get it moving forward again. I have to think about Mark Krigler, right? In the 992.1, the newer style car, a little bit more race car-y, as opposed to the 991 being a heavily modified road car, more or less, in the Porsche stable. Probably happy to be keeping up with Yesnick here in a GT3 car.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point right there, as Yesnick is basically, this is a first race weekend for him here in POC with that car. We know that he's run some TA2 events as well, as Yesnick goes to the inside, gets that lead, and here comes, it looks like that Monsalve's gotten out front, so now the battle for overall position really heats up, as once again, Salveson goes into the pits. We know that he had a problem at the end of the PCA race, and now looks like whatever issue that he had is reared its ugly head once again, again. So your new leader overall and in spec 991.2 is going to be none other than Mike Monsalve.
Mike Monsalve back to where I think he feels most comfortable being at the front of the field. He told me yesterday he hates to lose. He loves to win. So being out here out front, he can dictate the pace. He can be easier on the tires. It's exactly what he needs. He's not really racing the two cars behind for position, but you have to think that if Yesnick and Krigler get around, it's going to expose him to Bob Mueller here. Bob Mueller probably able to take a nice draft up the hill from these wider, higher downforce cars, as it looks like Alexandra Hayner is going to make the move around Mueller right now. That'll put him back to directly ahead of Dwayne Selby in the 7. And you can just see Selby and Ski in the background here, so a little bit of a gap to make up there before that gets too close. Oh, trouble the 70. Gaviglio is pulled off or spun right there on the entry on the way into turn 11. That's Gaviglio's day probably done. Seems like the car is getting a little bit of move. I don't know if that's in the wall or if he's just pulled it all the way driver's right to keep us green here. That's your leader in GT3, having pulled over to the side and stopped. I think that's going to put Bayan Salehi into the lead, and that's going to move Ryder Liu onto the podium and Phil Town up into second.
Well, we won't see him, and we are red flag for this session, so we will go red condition to bring in the field, it looks like. And yeah, we will, as you see the safety vehicles just under the WeatherTech bridge. So the field going to make their way into pit road. We'll sort things out, but yeah, what an interesting past couple of corners that we've had. Not sure if we're red because of Gaviglio, which I would imagine. So if you take a look at that left rear wheel, it looked like it was a little askew. So something going on there with Gaviglio, who, by the way, has not finished worse than second so far this season. And that is actually going to be a change because this is the first DNF that he's had all season long. You're defending GT3 champion, trying to go for 8 wins on the season. Not able to do that here as we are going for a race stoppage. You see the field slowing down, heading into turn number 5. With that in mind, let's talk about your leader so far, Jacob Yesnick. And GT1 sitting second overall. Mike Monsalve, your overall in spec 991.2 leader. Bayan Salehi, your new GT3 leader. That's going to also promote Phil Town and Ryder Liu to second and third in class, as we are single file here. Mark Krigler, obviously your spec 992.1 leader. John Heldman also leading in GT2. With that in mind, we're going to step aside a little bit, take a little bit of cleanup, and we'll come back for you just in time for the restart. Working lap number 6, 9 laps to go here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Welcome back to the Porsche Owners Club racing action here from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. As you're just seeing here, we had to re-rack some concrete barriers here. Of course, the 70 having got into the barriers over there. Didn't see an ambulance come to him, so I'm assuming he ended up getting out of the car okay. Didn't see that, of course, but again, all the evidence would suggest that things are all right. So thoughts to Gaviglio there. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully the car is all right as well. So we'll be able to get back underway here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the second red race. And we are going to send the cars out for their sighting lap before we go back to green. I've had no indication that switched to a time-based race versus laps, but we'll keep operating under that assumption. I believe we are going to be 10 to go here. We're just waiting for Jeremy Scott to rejoin us. He had headed down to try to get an early start on lunch, given that Jeremy Scott's got another session or so to commentate. Brendan and I getting lunch, of course, with our various shifts ending and starting. Jeremy had not yet had that opportunity, so he was going to take this time and stoppage to fuel up and get ready for the end of race 2 here. So right now, the lead or the order stands as follows. You have the 87 of Mike Monsalve and Spec 991.2 leading the field. Jacob Yesnick, Mark Krigler, both cars out of class among this 991.2 battle. They're second and third. Bob Mueller, followed by Alexandra Hayner, the other GT1 runner near the front here. So those three cars a little bit breaking up this battle here at the front. Mike Monsalve back where he likes to be. I think that he would probably prefer that GT1 car and the 992 stay between him and the rest of the class, able to preserve some tire here. Indeed, it looks like Alexandra Hayner had gone around Bob Mueller before the red flag came out. So a nice little trio of GT1 and 992 cars there.
Yes, we'll come back to the restart. Sorry, come back to the restart as Salveson, he is officially out of this race. And quick cleanup for Gaviglio, of course. We'll talk more about the red flag rules here because we are definitely at 10 laps to go. Green flag is back underway. And now here's the question, Ryan. Monsalve is going to have a mirror full of the Audi. Does he let Yesnick go by, or is he going to have to fight him there for position?
Oh, I think he's going to fight for the position here as the three interloper cars are kind of battling for position themselves, but it's going to allow Monsalve to have some breathing room. He's going to need to manage the traffic here. Doesn't want to pull over and let all these cars by. To let three cars by that as of yet haven't been significantly faster than him is going to bring him back into the clutches of Bob Mueller and Dwayne Selby. It looked like Selby had gone around Mueller on the restart there. Indeed, he has. Greg Gorski back there watching, along with Anna Pranescu in the Liqui Moly car.
Would not be surprised to see Gorski make an attempt here for a position pass. And of course, yeah, like you said, the more cars that Monsalve has between he and Dwayne Selby, the better, as you definitely don't want to have to race here with 10 laps to go. Of course, Selby being the protagonist in a lot of these races, finished no lower than 4th so far this year. So he definitely wants to keep Selby behind. Oh, he goes a little wide coming off the corkscrew. Yeah, a little wide coming off the corkscrew.
Oh, and Bob Mueller's going to be right behind him. He's going to try to take him on the inside of turn 9. Isn't going to get there in time. Not quite the space he needs. And now a little bit too much of a gap here. Oh, and that's Selby running wide again. He's going to try to take the shallow approach here. I think he's going to have to let Mueller go. And that's going to bring Greg Gorski back into the thick of the fight here. He's going to see if he can come through as well, going up towards turn 1.
Yeah, Gorski's not a driver that you really want on your back bumper right through there. And once again, the GT1 battle, the GT1 Spec 992.1 battle, kind of dancing all over the place. Now Selby having to defend from Gorski. Gorski, of course, not here last round out. He finished off in 4th place yesterday, so we'll see if he can do one better and get himself on the podium in that 124 Cock Oil Porsche 991.2 as they work their way coming off of turn number 3, now setting up for turn number 4. Selby closer to Gorski than he is to anybody else. Of course, sitting back there in fifth, also Anna Prodescu. She's doing quite well for herself.
He's going to try to go through on Mike Monsalve up the hill here. That's going to be his best opportunity, as it looks like Alexandra Hayner is going to try to go around Mark Krigler as well. Those GT1 cars now starting to come into their own, trying to make moves to get out in front. Yesnik so close on the rear bumper of Monsalve.
We'll take a look and see how they are coming through the corkscrew once again, as it's going to be Monsalve still ahead of Yesnik. Kriegler not too far away either as they work their way through. And Hayner, the interested spectator, she's trying to, well, maybe catch up a little bit, but it's hard to see as Yesnik dives to the inside there, and Monsalve shuts the front door. Does Yesnik try another move in turn number 11? No, he's going to try high because Monsalve forcing that move upon. Of course, that's just going to bring in Hayner as well to that battle for the GT1 position. Yesnik not necessarily wanting that as they still go nose to tail up the hill and into the Andretti hairpin once again. They're going to see another opportunity as Monsalve taking that defensive line, Ryan.
So is Krigler. Mark Krigler coming down, or coming towards the corkscrew and then back down again, had made an aggressive defensive move on Alexandra Hayner. He is not content to be fighting with himself. I do think it's, as I said earlier, he wants to be in the thick of this GT1 battle, and he's driving like it. Unfortunately, he's going to just be held up a bit by Monsalve there. It's going to allow him to be right in front of Hayner. I think Alexandra Hayner, as long as she can get a clean run here up the hill, should have a shot to take both of them. We'll have to wait and see, though. Wow, is Yesnik out over the outside there? Gets the car a little loose. I think got away with one there.
He really did. And of course, he looked like he went agricultural, but that was actually just the runoff with all of the drainage through there. And, yeah, went bounce, bounce, bounce. But we'll see how big of a gap that he has once they work their way through the corkscrew once again. And, yeah, now Yesnik can finally let that Audi breathe. Hayner, she's gotten around Krigler and now sets her sights up on Monsalve. That could be a couple of laps before that happens. But either way, we're starting to see the GT1s really come to life. And honestly, Ryan, I'm kind of surprised it took this long for them to come up to speed.
I am too, and I think that move by Krigler to keep Hayner behind last lap has cost her dearly, because now Yesnik is around Monsalve and setting off into the distance. Jacob Yesnik sets the fast lap of the race, 1:29.03. So that is him checking out. Hayner's going to take a look, but not quite have enough to get by Monsalve. Both of those cars, the GT1s, finding more pace here at the end of the race. She's going to try it around the outside, maybe tries to get the cutback. Monsalve defends on the inside. And as he's doing all this defense, that is allowing Bob Mueller and Dwayne Selby to catch up to him. So he's got to deal with this traffic correctly to let them by in a spot that works out for him so he doesn't keep losing time.
And of course, all these go fast parts as Hayner goes high, wide, and handsome. Tries to get that second spot over Monsalve, and indeed, now she's going to try the inside through turn 6. She's going to have the line, but she's also going to have the dip there in that apex. We'll have to see if she's able to make that through going up the Ray Hall straight. But Ryan, something to think about too is Hayner, yeah, she's got all those go fast aero bits there on the Porsche. Still not able to capitalize on Monsalve.
Monsalve hang on around the outside. He's got less grip. He did not have the preferred line, had to be out there, probably had to check up, and Hayner not able to get the job done at turn 6.
I was just about ready to mention that because of the aerodynamics. You take a look at, and I'm going back several years to the old ALMS days when it was GTC and GT, when you have a car like Hayner's running GT, and the GTC cars would just blow by the GT cars as they were working down the straightaways. It's because of the aerodynamics.
Yep.
Now, again, they beat them through the corners. We'll see how this happens here as Hayner, she's trying the outside line, but Monsalve is not giving it to her absolutely whatsoever. That's also going to bring in Bob Mueller into the picture here for overall position. And the more that they race, the closer you're going to see Krigler and Mueller come up to play.
Yesnik down to a 1:28.6. So now that he is checked out of this battle, he is gone and up the road, by far and away the fastest car on track, about a second and a half quicker than what Monsalve can throw down here. And you have to imagine Hayner thinks that she should be running those kind of lap times as well. I think she's going to try this move again. And indeed, Monsalve is going to give her the inside. I think he knows the deal here, and she's going to have the job done this time by through turn 6.
We got to hand it to Monsalve for defending so hard for overall position and really giving it to Hayner. And Hayner, somebody who's coming up through the McLaren Trophy program, this is a great learning experience for her to have to deal with out-of-class battle and deal with somebody who probably is on par in talent-wise. Yeah. But here's the thing, the sky's the limit for Hayner. I think that she's going to make it far in the sports car world.
Indeed she is. Now Mike Monsalve has a little bit more difficult to do. Mark Krigler behind in the 992, a similar theory of car with a little bit more front-end bite and a little bit more power than his car. So that's going to be a car that's going to battle with him more closely, I believe. Is a faster car, and it is going to allow Bob Mueller and Dwayne Selby to draw ever closer. That gap from Monsalve back to Mueller, much closer than it was 3 laps ago.
And of course, still plenty of time left for positions to be made. Of course, you see how back further Dwayne Selby is. He's only a couple car lengths off the back bumper of Bob Mueller, working his way down into turn number 5 once again, but Mueller able to open up just a little bit bigger gap as the Spec 992.1 driver of Mark Krigler trying to see if he can shake Selby just ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think Mark Krigler was really hoping for an opportunity there to go with Hayner out in front of Mike Monsalve, but wasn't able to quite get it done because Hayner even had a hard time getting around Mike Monsalve. So this may end up being how we have to finish here with 4 to go. It's going to take a big move when you have cars that are so similar, even though that car should comfortably be probably 1 to 2% faster per lap than the car ahead. It's like we've been talking about all weekend, Jeremy. It's Laguna Seca. It is difficult to pass here and make it stick.
Well, we are paying attention to this race right here as you see, man, I've got to say, Krigler just wiggling all sorts of everywhere in that braking zone as Monsalve just not making life easy for that 992.1 driver right there. Can't forget about the battle for 6 between Tom Mueller and Jarrett Wesseling as they are nose to tail for that position. But this is the battle we're watching right here. This is an absolute banger of a battle coming through as Monsalve. He's taking all comers and he's basically trying to keep cars between him and second and third, because the second that Bob Mueller and Selby get up there, it's going to be a race for the lead. And I'm wondering if he's going to do it here in the next couple of corners, because the more that this happens, the less of a chance that Mueller and Selby will have a chance for the win.
Indeed. And if we do look back, you've got not only Tom Mueller and Garrett Wesseling, but also Eben Benade trying to get involved there in that battle near the rear end of 991.2. Anna Pradescu today has made her escape, not quite in the clutches of this group of 3 behind. Garrett Wesseling, I think, starting to fall back just a little bit off the rear bumper of Tom Mueller, and I think Eben Benade is going to begin to be anxious to get around with only 3 laps of racing action left here to go with the red group. He hits the brake just a little bit, trying to get the nose turned a bit more.
Ryan, we talked about this in qualifying yesterday, where, it doesn't matter where Eben Benade, qualifies, he's going to find somebody to race with. And Mueller, by the way, Tom Mueller gets ahead of Jarrett Wesseling for that 6th spot. So this battle's not over yet as they work there, as you see right there. That battle working their way through turn number 10. Mueller trying to open up a bigger gap. Now Benade trying to see what he can do to get up one more spot. It's 2 laps to go as Monsalve trying to hold off all comers. It's a 2.2 second gap between Monsalve and Mueller. And now, that's interesting to see that you've got basically Krigler saying, you know what, fine. You want to go out there and defend me? I don't have anybody to race with. I'm still going to get the first place trophy.
Indeed he is. I do want to draw your attention here to 2nd place overall. Alexandra Hayner resets fast lap of the race. A 1:27.7 is now catching Jacob Yesnick at a pace of about 1 second a lap. I think it's too little too late, unfortunately. If she had got that pass done about a lap and a half earlier, she may have a shot to run up into Yesnick. But at this point, I think she's just a bit too far, and you're going to have to wait for Yesnick to make a mistake here to have any shot at the win in GT1 today.
No, sure, things have happened. We've seen that all throughout. But yeah, I agree. Barring anything happening to Yesnick, who you see right there making his way.
Traffic here.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Stranger things have happened, and look at how much closer Hayner is now as Yesnick trying to keep that Audi R8 under him. The white flag is out. 1 lap to go. That gap actually now down to 1 second as Hayner sees the traffic that he has to deal with, and now she's going to go around the outside of that slower traffic to try and see if she can make anything happen with Yesnik. But Yesnik has an open racetrack, and now Hayner is opened up to make something happen. This is the battle for the GT1 lead as they work their way through turn number 4. It's Yesnik and Hayner 1 and 2 for the overall and GT1 win. They're working their way through turn number 5 now. Because Yesnik has open track ahead of him, he's able to open up that gap just a little bit. A little bouncy coming off of turn number 5. Uses more of that exit curbing than Hayner does. Next time we'll see them will be the exit of the corkscrew. Actually, now we see him through turn 6, I should say.
I think Yesnik's getting a little bit too desperate here. Again, it's the final lap. Got half a lap to go. You're coming back down the hill. But Yesnik taking these curves really wide on the exits and getting the car pretty upset. It seems like that Porsche is sprung a little bit more softly, can handle the curves better. But unfortunately for Hayner, I think that lap traffic really ruined her exit on 2, and that's going to be what has taken away the opportunity for her to take the lead here on the final lap.
Well, we'll see what happens through turn number 11 as Yesnik gets heavy on the brakes. So does Hayner. She tries one last attempt at getting onto the back of that R8, and it's going to be too little too late. Checker flag is out as you see Jacob Yesnik come across the line. He is your winner. Alexandra Hayner finishes off in second place. So Hayner goes first and second as Yesnik goes third and first throughout the day. Across the line, a couple of other battles taking place here, as you have Mike Monsalve coming across the line as your winner. Spec 991.2 Bob Mueller and Dwayne Selby round out your podium there. There's Anna Pradescu. She's got a great finish for herself today as she'll come across the line and finish 5th. Ahead of Tom Mueller, Jarrett Wesseling, and Eben Benade as well. Here's Daryl Trosters. He'll end his weekend in 9th place. So
real quick, we'll look and see if we can find it. I know it's late. 9:39, Mick Janaszak Jr. in the GT4 is keeping Scott Matz behind for position in GT3. They were 0.2 of a second last time by. And I think that yellow car we saw in the distance may have been what that was.
Yeah, the yellow car was actually Brian Salehi, who is your GT3 winner. So we'll see Ryder Liu, Mick Janaszak Jr., and Scott Matz come into picture here right there. So that is that battle you were mentioning as they come across the line. We'll see who is out front again. Liu in second, Janaszak Jr. in third place as well as they come across the line. So Liu will get second place. Who's going to get third as they come around for the final time?
That's Janaszak right there in the yellow and black. Kamen, I think, is going to hold on to the position here right at the end of the race.
Indeed he does. Well, here's the thing. Janaszak, this is his best finish of the season, so great to see that he's doing quite well. And he's one of those drivers who has made his way through the POC ladder, Ryan, and finishing off, started off in time trials, moved to the orange group, and now he's in the red group, running quite well for himself.
Absolutely. A good opportunity presented itself today with the unfortunate situation with the 70 has allowed all those GT3 runners to gain one more spot than they might have otherwise had. So always nice to see that happen as we see our 991.2 runners come down the pit lane. Ended up working out well for Monsalve at the end here. Bob Mueller not quite able to get around Mark Krigler to make any kind of headway on Monsalve. And so it worked out for Monsalve. Disappointed with how his day went yesterday. Able to redeem himself today with a win in 991.2. Able to consolidate his position at the front of the championship as well.
Yeah, indeed. And this is just absolutely fantastic. Next time these cars will be on the track, we'll be back at Willow Springs to talk more about that at the end of the Orange Cup race. But right now, let's listen to the players in this red group as they decompress and kind of analyze what happened during that race. Next time you'll hear Ryan and I will be for the start of the Orange Group race, and that will happen about a half hour's time.
was a great start.
Well, you went 4 off and
Yeah. 4.
Alex just didn't go. That was great that they gave us all our laps.
Nice to see you back kicking ass.
She killed it.
She did. She did.
Cool.
You did get a little dirty though. I was like, try to.
Racy out there, man. I like it.
How was that?
Good time.
Good time.
I knew before I got to the apex that I totally missed that I was screwed because I wasn't anywhere near that apex and I'm like, so I screwed up to let him close on me. I recovered rear brake. I got it. I know.
It's not just about making timepieces. It's about a very special way of designing and crafting them. The Porsche way. For us, every timepiece is as unique as its wearer. A philosophy born with our cars and carried to your wrist. In 1972, Professor Ferdinand Alexander Porsche, creator of the 911, fused the needs of motorsport racers with puristic design to build an icon. The first all-black chronograph, inspiring us to bring your car and watch even closer together by creating custom-built timepieces to perfectly match your Porsche. All Porsche design timepieces are independently designed by Studio FA Porsche and handcrafted in Grenchen, the heart of Swiss watchmaking. In a way that is unique to Porsche design, single-piece commissioned and assembled. With COSC certified precision and dynamically waterproof up to 5 bar. A system carefully tailored to our needs by using original Porsche materials, colors, and design elements, all 100% custom manufactured, allowing us to create exclusive special editions alongside new Porsche car releases. In addition, our unique custom-built program enables you to choose between millions of possible design combinations to create your perfect watch by personalizing every detail from the bezel, dial, and hands to the strap, stitching, or the winding rotor. You dream it, we build it. Creating timepieces in a very special way. The Porsche way.
It is the final POC race of the weekend. We've saved the best for last as the Orange Group will come back out for their final race of the weekend. As we'll have GT4s, GT5s, Spec Boxsters, Spec Carreras, and Spec 2.7s out there on the circuit. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Ryan West alongside. Ryan, we saw a banger of a race for race number 2 yesterday, and I think we're going to expect much of the same.
I think we're going to have an incredible race today. We've got the different situation going on with the tires. We've been talking about it all day today, especially during qualifying. The tires are going to make a big difference. We're on the same set that we've been using since qualifying on Friday. We've done 2 races, 2 qualifying sessions, and so as we've been talking about, those that have been careful on the tires are going to find themselves with an advantage. And indeed, as we go through the grid, we'll see you've got some different names at the front. Some names that are at the bottom half of the top 10 have sort of percolated back to the top, and I think are going to be the cars to watch this afternoon.
You've seen lots of fast cars out there near the front. Of course, you saw at the beginning of our little switch over there, John Vogel, who really has come out of his own here to this weekend. Very fast, but it's been Sporia Razvan who's been the driver, you see, in the GT4 class. A pair of first out of him as John Vogel is a pair of seconds. So we'll see how this all plays out. So workers are going back onto the circuit. Of course, we got to thank them for being a part of this weekend. Without them, we wouldn't get this race off the ground, and they've had a lot to handle with lots of spins, offs, a couple of contacts, but they go off for their back on station, I should say, for their lunch break. They've been doing a great job. Always love coming here to Laguna Seca.
I think as far as club racing goes, this has been a pretty clean weekend of POC racing action. Of course, POC is generally pretty clean, but not a whole lot of huge incidents. I think a lot of stuff that would have been inconsequential that was just wrong place, wrong time. The one notable incident, and of course the 70, not sure what happened there yet. But otherwise, a pretty clean weekend. Again, lots of spins to be expected as people are pushing the envelope here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, trying to take every rev possible up the hill to make sure they can get around their closest rival.
And that's going to be probably what we're going to see, too. A lot of elbows out as they work their way for the final couple of laps, I should say. It's about 13 laps that we'll see here for this final race of the day. Of course, more racing action all throughout the season as we round down to the final Willow Springs weekend on December 12th and 13th for your POC championship. But we still got to get through race number 3. As you see Grid down there waiting to give the command to get these drivers out on the way. Bill Durant, that's a driver we haven't seen all season, comes out here and runs first for both races. But it's like we said, Ryan, there's a handful of drivers who don't come to Southern California to race. They just see, okay, POC is going to be here. Oh, we're there with PCA. Well, heck, I might as well run both races.
Yeah, lots of opportunity here to run with some inexpensive track time, some inexpensive racing for anybody who's got a car that fits. Fortunately, POC's classing structure allows for a wide variety of cars to come through. Indeed, earlier today we saw an Audi R8 LMS GT3 car running in the GT1 class alongside a GT3R Porsche. So there's too many GT3s here. I blame Porsche corporate.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing. If we didn't have GT3s, we wouldn't have all sorts of fun as we wait for cars to be released from the grid. Dallas Carroll, one of those drivers that we've seen here who really has come on quite nicely. Again, don't see him that often, but when we do see him, he is fast. He's a 3-time winner here in Spec Boxster, but just could not get it done in race number 2, I believe he was in, as he was one of the many drivers who fell out with mechanical issues.
Yep, several drivers had a little bit of bad luck and unfortunate situation here for race 2, but hoping to make a return here. And again, if you had some issues in race 2, it's going to have saved a little bit of tire for you. Nick Kildani, of course, able to benefit from that after having installed a new gearbox. Also, a couple other drivers with some problems yesterday making their return to the grid. On board Alan Watts here in his Porsche Boxster spec car. Looking nice and clear, ready to go here as soon as we get the lunchtime finish. We're running a smidge behind after some track repair works from the red race.
I just had to do some cleanup. Nonetheless, I did see they're dragging. Of course, it's a newer. I would say it's a newer dragger, where you just attach it onto the back of a pickup truck. It's different from, if you remember, Ryan. It used to be they would have like a huge piece of plywood, and underneath it would be a whole bunch of tires. Well, they don't do that anymore. It's kind of a metal chain underneath, and it picks up a lot of the clag, which is a lot of fun. But here comes the orange group for the final time today.
Yeah, let's take a look at the starting grid here, and we can get through some of the storylines as we go through the grid. John Vogel is going to start at the front of the GT4 class. The GT cars getting away first. Bill Durant in GT5 rounds out row 1. Row number 2, John Momeyer in Spec 2.7. Ever since getting that new motor installed in the car, has been doing wonders for that class. He'll be looking to consolidate his position ahead of Vivek Hazari. Doug Volder in the Carrera Spec car, the only entrant, rounding out row 2. Vivek Hazari, I just spoke about. He'll be lining up right behind John Momeyer in the other Spec 2.7. Bear Salehi, the number 47 in GT5, rounds out row 3. Starting in the 7th position, Nick Kilnani and Dominic Ong lead the field in Boxster Spec. Gary Chang and Nigel Maidment. Now, these are the cars that were at the front, except for Ong. Ong had hung back and I think saved some tire yesterday. So Chang and Maidment, having used up a lot of that tire to run near the front, I think are not going to quite be the favorites, but are going to have something to say here from row 5. Row 6, John Krylo with an incredible showing in qualifying today. He's up into 5th position in Boxster Spec for today's race, alongside Dallas Carroll, who ran the other race, Jeremy.
Yeah, Dallas Carroll ran a little bit higher up there. As we take a look further back in the Spec Boxer field, Larry Haas, who had a great showing yesterday on the podium, and Alex Masloff are alongside each other. Then you go back one more row to Alain Stad and Alan Watt in what would be row 8, but again, Spec Boxer running a separate start from the rest of the field. Next row back, you've got Klaus Drayman and David Gold. Drayman coming up through the pack yesterday as they start to pair up. They're coming off, they'll come off the corkscrew and start to pair up. And next row after that, Ryan O'Meara, who had a rough go of it yesterday. Gil Briganti also alongside in that number 700. Then you got Brandemeyer Kovac, should say, and Reto Eberle making up that next row. Reto, going to see how high he can come up. Nina Adamadian and Herb Kunitz make up the next row, 236 and 630. Andrew Wayman, Mark Sellier making up the next row. And last but not least, we work our way through the field. Mike Porteous, Bob Chang also on there. And we are just about set as Karen Robinson and Greg Scarsalo will make up that next row. Field working their way around. It's John Vogel who will bring the field down with Bill Durant next to him as the field starts to pick up speed for wave number 1 of the orange group coming up through the field and looking at the starter, waiting. It's a very late start. Green flag is down already. Bear Salehi going to the outside, trying to see if he can make any sort of position. He falls right back in line as they head into the Andretti hairpin once again. Vogel has to concede to Durant in the 526 as they start to sort themselves out. There's John Momeyer trying to hold off a couple of cars right there, but I've got to say this. You see Vivek Hazari, he's close enough to make something happen, but he really doesn't.
Indeed, we should be coming up soon to the Spec Boxster start. And indeed, they're going to run by the pit wall here. They're going to be waiting for the green flag. We'll have one more race this weekend. Orange Cup race number 3 gets going here for the Spec Boxers. And Nick Kilani appears to have a great start. He gets the jump he needs. He's going to be on the inside going down to turn number 2. Going to keep it nice and stable here. Ong looking to fall in right behind, followed by Maidment and Chang. The rest of the field going through here 2 wide. Keeping it nice and steady. Maidment's going to hit to the outside in the sand. He's going to try to hold on to it. Just barely recovers it. That's only going to cost him 1 spot as Chang goes by.
Now 2-3 wide near the back, but still you've got Kilani up there. You've got a battle for a position between
Chang
Ong
going
and
down
Chang.
the inside of Ong, yeah.
Yeah, Chang trying to go side by side for second place. And there you see Klaus going to the outside there off. Chang now gets that second place as he starts to march his way up to the front. 2, sometimes 3 wide at the back as they work their way through. But Kilani marching up through the field. That new transmission working quite nicely as he goes through turn number 6. So far, so good for everybody. And that little off put Mayman back to 5th place. But if they're going to punch up here shortly, which I have a feeling they will, that should work well. And here we go. 3 wide going up the Rahal Straight.
Indeed. As we talked about during qualifying, Nick Kilani going to have the advantage here, but Chang, having used a lot of tire the last couple of days, doesn't seem to be impacting him too poorly. Dominic Ong is going to be right there behind him. I think Dominic Ong content here to just stay behind and do what he's been doing all weekend and just kind of watch the battle unfold in front of him. I think he'll have the tires near the end of this 13-lap race, excuse me.
Kovac trying to see if he can improve his position right now as he's going all over the place. He's got, I think that's Gil Briganti in the 700 right in front of him, but they're single file headed down towards the straightaway. Briganti with an inside advantage, and Chang has closed in, and here comes Maidman to the inside. Yeah, he's on the inside of Krylo, and Krylo with a good position. He's not giving up any inch. He's going to have the good run going into turn number 3. So that blue Porsche right there to the inside. Let's see how they are coming out of turn number 3. And it is Krylo ahead of Mayman, but Mayman's going to take a look to the inside.
Krylo, of course, another one of these drivers who's got a lot more tire left to give than Maidman. I think Maidman's going to start to be getting nervous here. He needs to get around Krylo before these tires fall off the cliff. But that top 3 already setting sail, already getting away from him. Kilani, Chang, Ong, Krylo, then Maidman. Oh, we're going to go 3 wide here. I think that's Maslov is going to try to make a move on Haas and Maidman going into turn 6. Hard to take it wide there, doesn't get it done. Now he's going to be under attack from Dallas Carroll behind.
Let's take a look at this top 3 battle right here as Kilani, Chang, and Ong start to break away from the field. Oh, that's a shortcut through the corkscrew right there. Not sure who that was, but now you see Maidman go to the inside of Krylo. A little bit of a wiggle there. Can he hold the outside line through turn number 10? He does, and that's going to give him a little bit of a better advantage going into 11 because he can get a little bit deeper and try and force Krylo to take that high line coming off of turn number 11. It's not something you want to do as they go side by side. Krylo having to race Larry Haas here for that 5th spot. So now Maidman goes up 1, but I fear that the top 3 have kind of opened up, but Haas is going to go to the inside of Maidman as well. Battle for the lead as Gary Chang looks to the inside. Haas has made his way up to 4th, so Maidman's still stuck in 5th.
Chang is going to keep harassing the back of Nick Kilani. Dominic Ong, I think, content here to watch Chang do all the hard work. He's staying right there, not getting out of line, not taking any alternative lines, just staying right in behind to watch and see what happens here. Krylo, I think, gave a good battle here, but ultimately gives up the positions to Maidman and Haas.
Yeah, Krylo with a good qualifying position, but I think he thinks, especially the better part of Valor, let these 2 race out and maybe get a chance to close in. You see Draymond all over the back of Alan Watts. That's for 9th place as well. Draymond trying to see if he can make a look here through 5. Not going to make it happen as he works his way through the apex. And now you see Haas opening up, but I'm still watching that battle between, as we said, Watts and Draymond. Watts in the red and white 225. Let's see how they look through turn number 6. And so far, so good. Everybody kind of spacing themselves out a little bit, giving themselves a little breathing room as we're only a couple laps into this race.
Absolutely. This race much tighter than it was yesterday. I think both races yesterday tended to get a little bit more strung out, but I think with the faster drivers having chewed up more tire, it's allowing the drivers that have been a little bit more slow, a little bit more methodical to close up to them, and so we have a lot more battles up and down the field here as Maslov just giving up a little bit of ground to that group of 4 ahead. Maslov, one of the guys that was pushing really hard and ended up spinning in race 2. I think he may not have enough tire left to give here. I also think Maidman's window is closing here. If he can't get around Haas in a hurry, I don't think he's going to have a chance to catch the top 3.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he can shake them down. Of course, if I'm sitting there, you know, Haas trying to break away from the rest of the field, by the way, as Ong with the fastest lap of the race with a 43.890. And so that's saying something. Haas runs his personal best as well as he tries to chase down those three. But if they're running 45s, it's going to be easier said than done right now, because Haas running about a half second faster. But still, you take a look at the gap, it's about 3 seconds back from third place all the way back to Haas, as nobody helping each other for a draft. So that's going to be quite interesting as your top three, they start to space themselves out even further.
Yeah, Dominic Ong with the fastest of the race, but still hasn't made anything remotely resembling a move to get around Chang, or indeed to try to get up to Nick Kilnani. Again, just content to sit there third wheel. And as long as that pack stays ahead of this middle group, I don't think anybody's going to try anything too crazy in that group of three until we get down closer to 5 to 3 to go. Again, the tires are going to start to come off Chang's car here rather quickly, I would imagine. So the fact that he's able to hold on, and Maidman has had so much problem trying to stay where he is and catch back up. Again, Chang's going to look down the inside of 10 here. He's going to go down and under, and Nick Kilnani lets him go, I think. Not a whole lot there to respond. Nick Kilnani's going to try to beat him to the preferred line. Chang is just going to cover it off. That's going to give Ong an opportunity. No such thing occurs. And now Chang is going to come around and lead lap 4.
I was going to say, yeah, Ong, he thought he had a move there on Kilnani. Of course, that has given a chance for Haas to close in that gap. That 3 second lead now about 2.5 seconds between Ong and Haas for the third spot. Of course, now you see Maidmenta opening up that gap too, as Carroll and Krylo are battling each other side by side. And here comes Maslov as well in that 8th spot. So a little bit of a dance for position with another off right there. And that's by Krylo. Krylo doing all he can. I think he's just trying too hard. Those Toyos are just getting punished left and right by Krylo, and you know, he probably wasted too much this weekend, but still, you got to give a tip of the cap. A great qualifying effort out of the 682.
Krylo with an incredible qualifying performance. I think just trying too hard to hold on to the position he had. I think an incredible performance, but not quite the race pace yet. He's working on his racecraft as Maslov goes down the inside. Maslov's going to have a run at this up the hill. Krylo on the preferred line. Maslov's going to pull back in.
Yeah, Maslov, I thought there was going to be some side-to-side contact right there, but
Draymond is now closed up back of them as well.
Yeah, well, we mentioned watch out for Klaus Draymond, as he was going to try his best to close in. Now Draymond trying an assault on Maslov, headed into the corkscrew as they work their way. Go ahead.
Chang is checking out at the front of the field here. Not something I expected to see with 8 to go here. Chang, who I think has been the hardest on his tires all weekend, is starting to check out from the front of the Spec Boxer field, while Kilnani and Ong can only hold on.
Let's see what the lap time is. Chang with a 45.2 last time by. Ilani 46.4 and Ong a 45.5. As they work their way out of turn number 11 down the front straightaway, they'll come once again. And last time by, 0.7 of a second was the gap, and that's from the pass in turn 10 all the way to the front straightaway. This time a 43.8. Chang clocks the fastest lap of the race and opens up to a 1.4 second gap over Kilnani, but Ong going to the outside of Kilnani for second place. Can he make the pass happen? No. Ong thinks it's better just to sit back there and wait and see what happens. He's going to try to look to the inside in turn 3, and that's not even a viable pass either, as now things have straightened out also in the bottom half of the top 10, but Ong trying to make life difficult for Kilnani.
I think Ong's starting to detect his opportunity maybe slipping away here. If Chang gets too far out, Ong's strategy of sitting back and trying to take what's coming to him isn't going to result in a win here. So I think he is now desperate to get around Kilnani. Kilnani, not quite the pace we saw at the opening stanza of the race, just can't hold on to Chang. Ong's going to show the nose, not quite going to have the move done here as Maidment runs wide, the back a shot.
I tell you what, Ong trying to go for a personal best this season. Yeah, he's going to try again down the Rahal straight, side by side as they work their way into the corkscrew. Who is going to be in second place this time by? You see Chang, and side by side through the corkscrew. Hang on there, as they're still neck and neck. Ong, though, with the advantage through Rainy Curve, and he's going to get that second place for the time being. So one has to wonder if Kilnani probably abused his tires much in race number 1, as now Ong just makes it look easy and opens up a 2 to 3 car length gap.
Indeed, I think we'll see Ong slowly but steadily catch the back of Jerry Chang's car. Jerry Chang has to be running on fumes as far as tires are concerned here, hoping and praying that the battle behind keeps them in the position that they're in. Indeed has still eked out a decent-sized gap. Now this battle at the bottom half of the top 10 is coming back together now. Larry Haas has separated himself from the rest of the battle, but you're still going to have Carroll, Maidman, Krylo, Maslov, and Draymond in the bottom part of the top 10 here. Maslov's taking a look, doesn't quite have enough on Krylo, but needs to do what he can to keep Klaus Draymond behind.
Well, if you're John Krylo, you're really licking your chops here, as now he loses position over Maslov and now has Klaus Draymond on his back bumper. Alan Watts not too far away there, but you see Krylo trying to look to the inside of Maslov. He's not going to make anything happen through turn number 3 as they're nose to tail through 4 right now. Krylo trying to use the advantage that he has, and Maslov using the inside line perfectly for a nice defense. I'll tell you what, I almost thought there that Krylo was going to go all the way down to the dirt and possibly make a pass, but indeed he doesn't. Decides he's got at least a couple more opportunities coming up this lap to try and make something happen through turn 6. Let's see how the dip fares for these guys, and so far so good. That has entered in Alan Watts to the conversation. You see your third place driver now 4th. Here comes 5th, and let's see how this battle for position is. Maidment and Maslov opening up a little bit bigger gap, so I'm wondering too if Krylo's trying to make some desperation happen, but with that in mind, he has Draymond and Watts on his back bumper.
Indeed he does. I think if we check back at the front, we'll find that Dominic Ong has closed up closer to the rear end of Jerry Chang. I think Jerry Chang just starting to lose a little bit of that car as we come around to service 5 to go here. Basically playing right into Ong's hands here. And Dominic Ong getting a lot closer here as Jerry Chang's going to have to navigate some traffic. He does put that slower class car between him and Dominic Ong. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. You win some and you lose some in the traffic game, Jeremy. I think more opportunities to come here with 6 to go.
You do. That's Bear Salehi and his number 47 GT5. He's your current points leader. He's got a pair of seconds so far this weekend as Bill Durant really showing up the field here. There you see right there, Dallas Carroll trying to close in on Larry Haas. That's for 4th place in class as they're working their way around. Maidment on back, still a decent-sized battle as you saw that Maslov closing in on Maidment right there for position. I don't think it's going to take a miracle for Maidment to do a clean sweep. And really a clean sweep here in Spec Boxer is absolutely difficult, let alone winning 2 races in a row. But now falling back in the clutches of Maslov is Maidment for 6.
Indeed, you see Dominic Ong still being held up by Bear Salehi. It's going to allow Nick Kilnani to close up back to the rear bumper of Dominic Ong just a little bit. Bear Salehi taking the inside line through 9, the outside through 10. Is he going to be able to let both cars through? Not quite. Nick Kilnani not able to get tight enough to the apex and stay with Ong. He'll try it again going into turn 11 here. Gets it done clean. That's allowed Haas to close up a little bit closer on the back of this battle. And all of this battling, all of this dealing with the traffic is allowing Jerry Chang, one of the hard chargers of the weekend, to continue to consolidate his position at the front of the field. Probably able to be a little bit lighter on tires here. 5 to go. If you're going to make it happen, you've got to start pushing now. Jerry Chang has developed a decent-sized lead now. He's 4 seconds clear of Ong, which with 5 to go starts to get into the realm of difficult to catch.
Yeah, but now Ong holds the fastest lap of the race, the 43.581. So it's only a matter of time before Chang closes in. Now, here's the problem. Ong last time by, because of traffic, 47.188 to Chang's 44.147. So both of these guys really have to work their way through traffic as we reach the closing stanza of this race. Haas having to try and get around Bear Salehi. That's not going to happen so easily. Salehi gets on the loud pedal, heading up the straightaway up into turn 6. That's going to give Dallas Carroll a chance to close in and try and make it a race. And Haas still cannot get around Salehi. There goes Carroll to the inside, 3 wide going up towards the corkscrew. And he's now only going to pass Salehi, but I think that Carroll's going to get that position. Let's take a look here as we work our way through he does. A good pass right there. And heads up driving by Dallas Carroll. By the way, Carroll running a different color race car. And that begs the question, does the rule apply still that you have to run the same tires if you switch your car?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I guess I would have to leave that to people who are paid more than me to make that decision.
Wait, you get paid?
I mean, Brendan brings me sodas. I mean, that's right.
Okay.
Is that what we're all doing it for?
That's fine. Yeah, fair enough. You saw Salehi lock up his tires as Maidment. He's getting all in the mirrors of Salehi. Again, that's not a class position. That is basically a different lap position. We'll see if Salehi's able to let Maidment by. Maidment holding off Maslov and Draymond for position. And the more that Salehi gets involved in this battle, it's going to make life difficult for Maslov and make life difficult for Maidment, as both Maslov and Draymond, you definitely don't want them behind. A spin back there for Alan Watts as he was battling Krylo for position. Watts able to get it pointed forward, and he's going through.
Tough racing all the way up and down the Spec Boxster field. Just want to give a shout to Bill Durant. Oh, my thing's not scrolling. Douglas Volder up front. John Momeyer leading 2.7, and then Jerry Chang, of course, on track, followed by Dominic Ong. Dominic Ong down to 2.7 seconds, so he is making the inroads he needs to make, and as we start to catch some of these faster lower class cars, it is going to get harder and harder to play the traffic game. There he is, Jerry Chang, one of the most aggressive drivers of the weekend with 3 to go. Can he hold off Dominic Ong?
By the way, there's a new fastest lap of the race, John Vogel in GT4 with a 42.680. So Vogel now coming up to pace as they work their way around. Man, what a great weekend for Jerry Chang. We basically discounted him as a we thought, okay, you know what, he's going to waste his tires and all that. To a pair of thirds this weekend, and those are his highest finishes of the season so far. As Ryan, the highest that he has finished was 5th in Button Willow Race 3.
Indeed. So Jerry Chang, 3 laps to go here to secure his maiden win with the Porsche Owners Club. Dominic Ong surging to some extent. Last time by, gap was, 2.4 seconds, so they stabilized the bleeding a little bit, does Jerry Chang. Nick Kildani looks like he is running out. He just set a 144.2. His fastest lap of the race isn't quite going to be enough to make inroads on Ong and Chang. Got a little bit of a decent gap back to Dallas Carroll. Dallas Carroll a 44.3 last time by, so that seems like a pretty stable gap. As long as these top 3 don't make any mistakes, they're probably going to take home the positions they're sitting with. But Haas is lurking behind Dallas Carroll.
Well, Chang's doing quite well for himself, as he said. That would be, if he does finish first, it would be his maiden win in wheel-to-wheel racing. Is the only wins that he has are Button Willow in the time trials back in October, where he finished first both days in the Spec Boxster class. So Chang, I've got to say, he's taken to this wheel-to-wheel racing like a duck to water. You see that he's almost jumping off of the end of the corkscrew, and even Dominic Ong cannot even catch him.
Yeah, Dominic Ong, who we presume to have a lot more tire under his car, just not making the inroads he needs to make. Now, if this race had gone on an additional 10 laps, would we see the difference? Perhaps. But that's not the length of the race, and it looks for now like Jerry Chang has played the cards the right way. Dominic Ong looking a lot closer than he has the last couple laps. Maybe Chang just starting to give up a little bit. 143.6 to 143.5. 1.4 second gap now between Chang and Ong. So Ong not giving up yet. Now down to 1.5 seconds up to the rear bumper of Chang.
Ong ran a second faster last time by than Chang, so I'm wondering if Ong was saving the best for last as he muscles that car. And I don't know about you, Ryan, but it looks like that Ong is visibly closing in on Chang ever so slightly as that gap keeps getting smaller and smaller. Ilani sitting back there in 3rd place as the sands in the hourglass are falling for any kind of battle for position. Closest battle we have on the racetrack right now is actually between Draymond and Maslov, as Draymond gets around Maslov as they try and close in on Nigel Maidment. We'll see how close that your battle for the lead is as they work their way around. That's not going to help Chang as he dips a wheel off just a little bit coming off of turn 6.
I think that does go to show that Chang just starting to lose the car underneath him a little bit, not able to keep that line as tight through turn 6, and that's going to start to cost you time as you you pick up back off the gas pedal to make sure you get the car turned and you don't end up out in the sand. Once you touch the sand out there on the outside, it has a tendency to suck your car all the way across into the wall. So you got to be really careful, but boy, does Dominic Ong look really close now. Oh, there's going to be lap traffic coming up as well.
Oh, boy.
Go.
You hear that in the background? That's the Jaws theme music as they work their way down the front straightaway. Eyes on the starter. White flag out. 1.4 seconds last time by. Chang had a lead on Ong this time by. It's 1.0 seconds. So only a couple of tenths of a second as Chang kind of turned up the wick a little bit, but not enough. As Ong was 0.3 of a second faster. He closes in with a nice dive through the Andretti hairpin. There are 3 lap cars that Chang's going to have to deal with if he wants to secure victory. And Ong closing in ever so
slightly. They're going to catch him going into 5, Jeremy. It's going to be tough. I would say don't count Kilani out yet, because if they get balked at turn 5, Kilani's going to be able to take a full speed run through 5 and up the hill, and that's going to put him right back into contention.
Yeah, exactly. This is a momentum class, so you definitely want to make sure that you have that on your side. This time, Chang opening up a little bit bigger gap, but that front windshield is getting bigger and bigger with slow cars ahead of him that he is yet to put 1 lap down. The first car that's going to be possibly put a lap down, Diane Caffaretta. Let's see what she can do in her return to wheel-to-wheel racing after running in time trials the past couple of years. Down the hill they come for the final time. There's your leader, and he's going to catch up to Caffaretta right around Rainy Curve. Not the best time for that to happen as Dominic Ong's licking his chops, trying to figure out where he wants to feast on our leader, because he is closing in as the 3-lap cars are going to play a big part in this race. Ong trying to decide which line he wants to go down. He's going to take the outside line with Chang, and it might be too little too late, or is it? Does Dominic Ong have the momentum? I don't think he does.
Not quite enough.
Nope, as the lap cars go to the inside, checker flag is out as Jerry Chang finally gets that first wheel-to-wheel win. Dominic Ong finishes off in second place. Nick Kilani rounds out your podium.
Jerry Chang with an incredible result. They're able to convert 2 podiums into a win in the 3rd race. I had all but counted him out with tire wear struggles, and he's able to get the move done and manage the gap the way he needs to be able to bring the car across the line just in time to stop a surging Dominic Ong as we see the rest of the field come through here. Vivek Hazari going to finish up 2nd place in Spec 2.7. An incredible race at the front. We had that pack at the back end of the top 10 that was dicing it up there a little bit. And, of course, this race at the front, I think Nick Kilani will accept a 3rd place here today after having installed a new gearbox yesterday. But Dominic Ong plays it patient the last 2 races and then just cannot quite get there. I think 1 more lap and he might have had a shot, but that's not the distance of the race.
A couple of house-cleaning items right here. Nigel Mayman holds off Klaus Drayman and Alex Maslow for 6th place. You also had Bill Durant, your winner in GT5. Doug Volder finishes the race as your career spec winner. John Vogel, you saw right there coming down the hill. He is your winner in GT4 as they work their way into the impound for the final time. This has been one of those races, we thought we were going to see a barn burner, and, obviously not every race will be a barn burner, but I still think we saw plenty of great racing action.
Absolutely. Lots of great racing action. Boxster Spec's going to Boxster Spec. Am I right? Those cars closed up. They had been strung out a lot over the course of the first 2 races, which tends to happen at a track like WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but they were able to close those gaps down to each other. And we had a lot of great dicing at the beginning and middle of the race. And people, I think, played their cards and had to be happy with the decision they had made around lap 5 to 7. Because that's where things tended to end up. And again, like we said, Dominic Ong just making the late push, not quite able to get there in time, I think was a little bit too patient with Nick Kilani in losing that little bit of time there mid-race as Kilani was in 2nd and Chang was starting to check out.
With that in mind, we're going to step aside for a little bit as the drivers come out of the cars into impound. Talk with Luis, who, by the way, want to thank him for giving us all the great ground shots from either pit road or in the paddock this weekend, providing us with some great insight to what goes on behind the scenes of POC. So step aside for a little bit, and we'll come back with final thoughts and wrap up the weekend.
I had the lead and I had a bit of a gap. I just decided, I'm going to cruise a bit because I don't want my tires to die. Halfway through, I look back and Tom is like, he's like, I'm like, oh shit, I got to get back on it. I had to start picking it up again. I was like, oh my god. It's not good.
I was still trailing, you know, and I yeah. When you just move on to throttle, or is it just rotation? Yeah. Here. So every time it was, you would catch me in the corkscrew because I couldn't get it.
Good race?
Great race. Amazing race.
Nice.
Well, with that in mind, that does it for this weekend of Porsche Owners Club action. Ryan, we've got another weekend coming up, and it's coming up in about a month and a week.
Willow Springs International Raceway plays host to the second race of the year at Lancaster, California. We're looking forward to it.
And of course, we'll get to see if they've done any more changes, but Willow Springs always a series favorite, and really looking for some great racing action all throughout. All right, got to thank Jordan Worth in the background, making it sound oh so good. Lewis for doing the yeoman's work and getting all the great shots. And of course, want to thank Brendan Kaczmarek for joining us for the PCA sessions. Ryan, let's do it again in a couple weeks.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it, Jeremy. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Have a great rest of your Sunday afternoon.